morning, everyone. 1 birthday boy, 2, 3,
Happy birthday.
4, 5. Okay, today is the celebration for 2 days ago's actual birthday, or is it today? Yesterday for Councilman Creer. So enjoy all your paraphernalia, and here we go. The July 19th, 2023 meeting of the City Council is called to order. The meeting has been properly noticed, posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, cable channel 2. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and the Go Vegas app. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the rear of the chambers and go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Streets. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk staff up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. But if you do not submit a card, does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please also see our city clerk up front. And note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter our chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. Of course, if you do not, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda today, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Drew Moore, Canyon Ridge Christian Church, and remain standing for our pledge.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor to serve alongside you today. Let's pray. God, we pause in the midst of needed leadership and needed formality and organization to just acknowledge you. To acknowledge that government was your idea as a gift to all of us, to allow for each of us to flourish. And God, would just acknowledge and honor you and offer you glory above everything else. God, in your word you say it's important to honor those who are in authority, and so we do. We offer honor and acknowledgement to those who give, serve, and sacrifice. God, leadership is a challenge, particularly in governing such a large, beautiful place with such a diverse group of people. God, what a gift that many, many, many people would serve and offer the very best of this season of their lives to help each of us thrive and have the opportunity to do better. God, you also say that we should ask for help. You command everyone who trusts you to intercede, to pray, to ask for help that they might give their very best. And so today, together, as much as we can with one voice, we ask you to empower each and every person in leadership who has to make challenging decisions, who needs to offer discernment, to give wisdom, and to oversee that things are done well and correctly so that we might live well together. We ask you that you give them wisdom, wisdom beyond themselves, that could only be acknowledged because you gave it to them. God, I just pray that you would sustain them, sustain their families, and support them in every way possible, that they might offer us their best and that we might in turn do the same. God, for each in attendance today with an amount of concern, question, anxiety, frustration, all of those things, God, would you give them words to express that well so that cooperation might happen, the best outcome might come about because of today's meeting. God, would you go ahead of us, all of us, in every single way, that we might thrive and flourish, and that we might be able to point at the way you have led and supported us here in Las Vegas as a way to say how amazing and generous and grateful you are, God. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Moore. We will be coming down for our ceremonials.
Ceremonial today?
No, do you?
Okay, well, how exciting. I have to look to make sure everybody's here. Here I am, yes.
Oh.
Just checking. And again, anybody else have a birthday this month? Are you sharing?
I am not.
You are not sharing. He said he's not sharing the birthday with you. So happy birthday from the rest of the council and not from Councilman Greer. Happy birthday. Okay. This is a very exciting time and is our ceremonial portion of the agenda. And for our first item, I have the great honor of recognizing our Citizen of the Month. Please join me in welcoming the most wonderful month's honoree, our Reverend Bill Munson. Come on down. We're going to make a deal. My dear man. No, it's not me, it's you. Oh, my. Okay, I'm leaving, I'm going home. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Can I give those to you? Okay, is this a good side? Which is your better side?
Either side of you.
Oh my. Oh, do we have the right Reverend here? Wow. And Reverend Minson, just so that you know, serves as the chaplain of our Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, and as well for the Las Vegas office of the Secret Service. This man has always meant so much to our first responders and to those suffering anxieties and emotional or physical stress. He was there after 9/11 in support for our city and our entire country after that horrendous event. And he's with us all as he lobbies continuously for improved safety and mental health programs, always just a touch or a word of support away. Through his Today ministries, Reverend Minson stresses mental health, national unity, spiritual support, and mentoring students. He truly helps our Las Vegas community every day. Before finding his calling as a member of the clergy, Reverend Minson was part of the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. I am sharing a secret I never knew here. Woohoo. He was the first African-American agent with the ICM Partners a talent and literary agency in Los Angeles, New York, Washington, D.C., and London. As an agent, he represented the likes of Steve McQueen, Al Green, Raquel Welch, the Ohio Players, Engelbert Humperdinck, Natalie Cole, The Fifth Dimension, the Staples Singers, Dick Gregory, and so you are old. Not as old as I am. When I see this wonderful Reverend Minson, I smile because, as you can know, he always lights up any room into which he walks. He's been the standard bearer at our annual remembrance ceremonies held at the Las Vegas Community Garden, Healing Garden, memorializing those we lost October 1, 2017, in that mass shooting. Thank you, Reverend, for all that you do for our community and individuals everywhere. And it's my pleasure to present to you this plaque. I know we have a plaque. Oh, would you be good enough to give that, Councilwoman Seaman? Recognizing you as our Citizen of the Month. And could we hear from you? We love you, and we're so grateful to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
You're the best.
First of all, hand me that jersey, will you, please? First thing I want to do is say, God, thank you. To God be the glory for this blessing. I accept this honor on behalf of the men and women who are chaplains for Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, our 144 chaplains with the United States Secret Service, who pray for every day law enforcement, fire service throughout this nation. Before I go on, could I ask you for your help just to hold that? I couldn't be more thrilled to be in the city of the Stanley Cup champion Golden Knights to receive this great honor. Onward Raiders. I had just a couple of people I want to acknowledge. This is such a tremendous blessing. It's like so surreal for me. First of all, I want to thank the maintenance staff of this building that I can have this jacket on at this time because it's not linen. I'd like to also acknowledge Kimberly Cheadle, Director of United States Secret Service, our Las Vegas Special Agent in Charge, Karen Ransom, who could not be with us today, but we're represented by our assistant SAC, Special Agent in Charge, Matt Fisher. Thank you for being here, Matt. Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Chief, Fernando Gray. I'd like to also acknowledge Sheriff of the Las Vegas Metro Police Department, Kevin McMahill, who cannot be here, and also Deputy Chief Carlos Hank, who invited me to join the Sheriff's Wellness Bureau, and I'm honored to serve on that. I'm here as an advocate for Senator Jackie Rosen's HERO Act to address the issues facing our first responders. In addition to that, I'm also lobbying Congress to have dispatchers. Many people don't know that dispatchers, the first call, the mayor and I were together at Metro. I was holding her hand when she informed me of how many deaths had occurred in Parkland, Florida. Monday, I'm meeting with some of those family members in Los Angeles. One lost her son, and I was in the courtroom as she spoke to the killer. I've been in Parkland every year in dispatch at the hour of the shooting. As I was here in dispatch yesterday, they don't know I should be paying rent there, because if you don't know what dispatchers do, they begin police and fire coming. They should be designated as first responders, and I'm asking President Biden to enact an executive order until legislation can be made to make them officially our first responders in America. I'd like to congratulate the members of the Justice League. I saw this morning that years after Tupac Shakur was killed, that the Las Vegas Metro Police Department is working on still solving that murder. Also in New York recently, you may have heard in the news about the Gilgo murders in Long Island. I'm honored to know both Commissioner Rodney Harrison and Sheriff Earl Toulon, and they are an example of the great work that we have from law enforcement throughout this nation. My honor to be here today is because of their work. Our police, our firefighters, our military as well, they go to risk their lives at a moment's notice without consideration of the danger that they're going to face. This steel is from Tower 2 of the World Trade Center. I wear it because I carry the souls of those lost on that day. I've added to it the souls of Uvalde, of Buffalo, of Parkland, and carry those souls so that energy remains alive, and so those families know that individual may not be here, but the love and concern of Americans is still with them as they heal. This morning, I am indebted to God that's brought me here, and I'm thankful for this opportunity. And at 12 noon, if we were in New York, I might be at ground zero, because 12 noon every day, since September 15th, 2001, after the World Trade Center. And now we pray for so many because if you don't know, we've lost more people since 9/11 than died on that day. I have sick responders this morning in New York that are heading towards death, and parents and family pleading for another day. So to conclude, if I were there, I would have a prayer for my heroes, my superheroes, all the names that the mayor talked about, including Johnny Carson and Ed Sullivan as my mentors, Oprah Winfrey, so many others. They pale in comparison to my true superheroes that I pray for throughout the day. That is every firefighter on duty, every law enforcement member on duty, and the family that's praying for them at home to return safely. We have an epidemic in this country of losing our first responders, the ones who will come to save us, through suicide. And we're fighting to change that. We must keep our first responders and our military. Prayer is what we use, but we need to influence and let them know. Reaching out is a sign of strength, not weakness. We need you. So if I could ask you for a moment of prayer to pray for our first responders that are on duty now throughout this country, for them and their families. Almighty eternal God, thank you for the gift of family. Thank you for this opportunity to be recognized today and to recognize your majesty. Thank you for the esteemed members of the city council and your most beautiful mayor for having a heart to do this. As I share this with my chaplains throughout the country, men and women of fire service, of law enforcement, of military, bless and strengthen them as they perform their duties. Their service and their sacrifice cannot adequately be paid. So with our gratitude and our prayers, let them feel the embrace every time they go to work until they walk back in that door and their family can exhale. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings upon this nation. Let us more profoundly act to love one another under your umbrella of blessings, that this country may prosper, grow, and heal as we have young people depending on us to give them opportunities as they grow. Let them lead us and guide us, and I'm recruiting them today. If you want a position of honor, look to law enforcement, look to fire service, look to military. You will honor America, you will honor your family. Father, I thank you for hearing our prayers today. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you and thank you all.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's get a picture. And then just phenomenal. How about a picture up here?
Okay.
I think every morning we get up, we say that prayer, and every night before we go to bed, we repeat the prayer for every one of these brave souls that every day takes care of each of us, that we may have another. Thank you, Reverend Minson, for all that you do for so many. words, Dale.
Thank you. How's your husband?
He's doing great.
Give him my regards.
Don't
will you?
forget your beautiful job. Oh, and your plaque? No. Hardware. Yes.
Only an excuse to come back.
Okay. Thank you. What a powerful individual who's there all the time with a kind word and a prayer. Just, whoa. And look at the experiences of all those tough places he's been, because we know how stricken we were here in Las Vegas. And every year he's at the Healing Garden with us at 10 minutes after 10. And so God bless you, and know that we have so much gratitude to extend to our fire, first responders, law enforcement. So follow his words. And for our final ceremonial item today, it's my honor and pleasure to recognize an incredible group of volunteers who help provide resources to follow and solve cold case crimes in our community. I'm sure you all must tune into TV programming and streaming, but how cold cases are solved around the country on TV. I think it's Channel 19. I watch it all the time and find it fascinating. And for those who've lost loved ones or friends, it's an interesting program that life and science has changed so radically. So I'd like to invite the members of the Vegas Justice League to join us, please, at the program. And I understand we do have some members that are here. The members, our founder is Justin Wu, who's the founder of Vegas Helps. Lydia Ansel, just wonderful. Craig Tan, Greg Woods, Penny Chutima, and Hezi Sheken. These are the people. Oh my, you are something else. This is the most exciting moment. It truly is. These are people who are, I have to share with you, in life, have been extremely generous and successful in their lives. And you may not have seen them before or have known of their generosities, but the Las Vegas Justice League was formed in 2020 and is part of a nonprofit organization, Vegas Helps. It's comprised of philanthropists who are dedicated to solving old, unsolved crime cases in southern Nevada. This group supports the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department by funding the analysis of DNA from cold cases with samples that are sent to leading forensic sequencing laboratories for the law enforcement process. The efforts of the Vegas Justice League have led to cold cases being solved that are more than 40 years old. In fact, one of them, I was given this morning. Stephanie Isaacson was 14, was sexually assaulted and murdered on her way to El Dorado High School in 1989. Mr. Wu wrote Othram, a DNA testing lab in Texas, sent a $5,000 check, and Metro provided the last remains of the DNA evidence. Othram built a genetic profile from just 15 human cells that helped identify the teen's killer. It broke the world record for the smallest amount of DNA used to solve a case. And once again, we broke the whole barrier, and Justin came up with the concept of the Justice League Ansel shared. And it was just wonderful. This is just simply how you got fascinated, and when hopefully you'll take the mic, you'll want to, how'd you get into this? I mean, it is so wonderful to hear about it. The group supports the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department by funding the analysis of DNA cold cases with samples that are sent, as I mentioned, to the leading labs of law enforcement. It's an incredible gift, and the victims and families who have lived with their tragedies for so long can have closure. So this is simply a phenomenal time for us here in Southern Nevada, in particular in Las Vegas, to recognize people who see a need, see a desire, see an absolute impossible mountain to climb over when we have the advancements of science as we do now in the DNA analysis. So thank you for everything that you have done and that your whole group has done. And Mr. Wu, we would just love you, before we recognize you further, to hear how it came about.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have to give a lot of credit to the true heroes, LVMPD, who work so hard and don't forget about the cold cases in the past and the families of the victims of these terrible crimes. We're extremely happy to help the community. We're working with Henderson, Las Vegas PD, North Las Vegas PD, and the coroner's office now to do more things for the people of Southern Nevada and try to help close some of these cases. I'll turn it over to my beautiful wife. Maybe she has a few words.
We're very grateful to the mayor and everyone in the community who support us so much. We're just honored to support back, and it's incredible when everyone works together, what's being done by the LVMPD and the other PDs to solve these cases that no one ever thought could be. So we're honored for this remembrance to not give up hope, and I'll let Hezi say something.
I can only say one thing: they're a very impressive couple. And the idea of what they do is just beyond imagination. And thinking about the fact that everybody forgot about those victims, but they didn't. And I'm happy to say I'm glad to be part of this amazing organization. Thank you, guys.
Well, if I may, first of all, I'd like to know, everybody that's out there or anybody that's in here, are they allowed to contribute to the Justice League?
Yes, we have a community donations. You can do that on the website, vegasjusticeleague.com. We've already, I think, contributed to 3 additional cases based on the community support.
So I think this is so obviously we all, the council and everybody in this city, we are making this Vegas Justice League Day here in the city of Las Vegas in gratitude and acknowledgement of everything that your dollars are doing. You know, there's so many people that, that scrimp and save to try to have an extra dollar for something that they want to give to make the world better. And for those who have more to give, to take the leadership and show us the way, it is really important. There's so much need out there. There's so many challenges we face every single day. And it's the inspiration of the Mr. Wu's of this world and his wonderful wife and family of donors that we appreciate. So please, let's take a picture up front. Let me give you, on behalf of the City Council and Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, this is Vegas Justice League Day in Las Vegas. And we congratulate you. We thank you. And we hope you come back. You start in 2020. We will make a bigger celebration after you've taken care of every cold case we have. So let's go up front.
Like that.
Here we go, if I may.
Thank you very much.
You guys want to come in front?
Oh.
And we'll just come right here. Perfect. And again, thank you again. One more time, the email address to send checks.
Oh, it's vegasjusticeleague.com.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're so grateful. Get more people involved. Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, we will now get to work. After, how many minutes do we need? 1 or 2 minutes. we're here. Okay. And Mr. Riggleman, you're the boss. Are okay? Our city clerk, boss under. Okay, great. Okay, we are on to agenda item number 7. This is our first public comment during this portion of the agenda. Must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. It's your opportunity to address council, but the council will not respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 1 minute and want to advise you all that agenda item 56 about the Animal Foundation will be stricken today and heard at a later time, I am assuming.
We appreciate that. Technically, it's still on the agenda, so we should be able to speak about it.
Yes, I would say within reason, because it's going to come up again, and of course it was heard yesterday at the county, and so we're just for a minute, we will go ahead and allow that comment. Please, and try not to be repetitive. We're very grateful you came down. Thank you.
Thank you.
A minute.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Pellegrini, and I'm going to give my minute to Bryce Henderson.
I'm Bryce Henderson, one of the leaders of a new group called Give Me Shelter Las Vegas, which has a mission of demanding the city build and operate a new animal shelter. I know all of you know how we feel about the Animal Foundation, but really this movement deserves everyone's support regardless of how the Animal Foundation is operating. I will say giving the Animal Foundation an extra $500,000 is going to do nothing but put a Band-Aid on this situation that deserves much more attention. That is because since 2005, 600,000 people have moved to the Las Vegas Valley, and in that time, no new open admission shelter space has been allocated or built. Now, during those 18 years, you've built police stations, libraries, schools, but nothing to help support the animals, the homeless animals of Las Vegas. I was even here last month when you approved a $30 million parking garage, yet still nothing for the animals. Well, now is the time for the city to do what it should have done already, build an animal shelter. Recently, the city performed a study and estimated it would cost $35 million to build the shelter. I was here at that meeting for the $30 million parking garage, and not one person on the council objected to the price tag, with the exception of Councilwoman Seaman. So we will not accept as an excuse that the city can't afford it, not after you just approved a parking garage no one seemed to ask for. I did not see one person in the audience come forward and speak out in favor of the parking garage, yet here we are asking for an animal shelter. I have heard you all say you care about animals, but the time will come when you will have to vote on this issue, and you will find out if you really do care about animals or are more in love with parking spaces. What you see in here is just the beginning. The tides are moving, and soon a tidal wave of support will crash down upon this council. And if you don't approve our shelter, we will wash you out of office.
Good morning. Patricia Reed for the record. I have a couple of things to address. First of all, Madam Mayor, you're the last person on the council that was here when you overturned the puppy store sell ban back in fall of 2017. Everybody else here is new. Please learn from that disaster. We have what we have today. Number two, I'm sorry, Mr. Pro Tem, but I think you should dismiss yourself from any votes from this point forward for the Animal Foundation, and that is because of your proven relationship with Ms. Gray, who oversees the Animal Foundation, and we have proof through text messages that you were issuing. So, Madam Mayor, we would appreciate your support on this issue. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to save my speech for next time. Just
Thank
want
you. Appreciate that.
I'm just going to say the end. Basically, at the end, I was
sir,
going to say
your
this.
name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dave Schweiger with Bunny's
Thank
Meadow
you.
Rescue.
Thank you.
The city of Las Vegas needs to build its own shelter. and rid themselves of the toxic culture of the Animal Foundation. For your information, the Nevada SPCA built its wonderful new shelter for $3.5 million in only 9 months' time. So I know you've heard 35 million. So, and even if their shelter isn't large enough, if you doubled it or tripled it, still not close to 35 million. So that's pretty much what I would say. And one more thing that's always brought up but nothing done about, we need to stop the illegal backyard breeders in this city. That's what's going to help the Animal Foundation and the rescues and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jo Marie Dehoney, and I am a volunteer at a local breed-specific rescue. And we are overwhelmed. We are, I don't know if you've seen on social media, all the lost dogs, all the homeless dogs. They are now calling our rescue. We're just an all-volunteer foster-based rescue. We cannot house lost dogs. We don't have the same rights as the Animal Foundation to terminate ownership. We can't hold dogs for months and months looking for owners, and we need help. I mean, there's so many people moving here every day, and more animals are coming in. And the Animal Foundation has, last time I checked, it was 2 weeks ago, we helped a found golden retriever, and they would not take the dog for 6 weeks. 2 people were saying they were the owners, and we can't differentiate with pictures, and we need help. We need help. So please, please support an additional shelter, because the rescues, we're just overwhelmed, and we don't get paid for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Mitchell. I am a volunteer for a local rescue. I'm actually frankly glad to see that that agenda item was removed, because from what I understand, the City Council approved an audit of the Animal Foundation books. What I don't understand, if we've approved an audit, that means there's some concern, because I'm sure the taxpayers are paying for that audit, I'm assuming. Maybe I'm assuming. So my question is, why, if we're expecting an audit to be done, there's some concern, why would we consider giving that same organization an additional almost $300,000? That's what I guess I would like the City Council to explain to me. If we have enough concern to pay more tax dollars for an audit, why are we giving more money to that same organization?
The item has been stricken, that's why.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Mary Beth Zahedi, and I'm here to speak on behalf of this beautiful dog, Boston. I adopted him 1 year ago today, and within 3 days of coming from the Animal Foundation, my dog was in emergency surgery for a botched neuter at the Animal Foundation. The amount of pain and suffering my family, and more importantly, Boston went through over the 3 months that he was taken from the Animal Foundation and put into my home, it would take me much longer than a minute to tell you about. But animals are, it's not a functioning shelter. And if anybody would like to contact me, or I have all the documentation of what was done to Boston. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Mickey Wilson with Rogue Animal Rescue. I don't know if I can pass these around or whatever.
No, you have a minute, so please speak to
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Well, anyway, these photos were taken by an employee of the Animal Foundation for the animals to go up for adoption. If this is the level of professionalism that we are supporting with our tax dollars, I'm appalled. You can't see the animal's face, and they're putting them up for adoption. So why are we throwing good money after bad money? Let's fix this problem. Quit mulling it around. And I think she should be under investigation, actually. The amount of funds that we've thrown after this and the amount of help these animals have received, killing them isn't helping them. So I would beseech you to please consider a solution.
The item has been stricken,
I
so that
understand
is
that.
why. So you're coming and telling us
You
things
know how
that we've
many
heard
animals
so
were
many
stricken
times.
today?
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
for coming down.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. The best and the most beautiful things...
Excuse me, your name, please.
I'm sorry, Carrie. Good morning. The best and the most beautiful things in this world cannot be seen or touched. They must be felt with the heart. I'm Carrie. I'm a volunteer trapper with C5, and I see abandoned cats, dogs being left behind by their pet owners. I feel their pain, and they suffer from not only from living in this extreme heat, but often they come with amputated tails, hiding in the engine to stay warm in the winter, or a toe of a kitten cut off by a fan blade while seeking shelter, or an eye removed from a bad infection or taking their last breath in my arms. This is my world by choice, and what I see in animal trapping. Spay neuter is the only solution, and we need our shelter to step up. No funds, let's go raise them, like all the nonprofits are doing for years. Too tired, let's take some energy drinks. Too hard, watch someone else with grit, work, and be inspired. Too broke, hang out with some rich people. Make new friends. There's always a solution, and our city is in need of a new solution, a voice for the animals. And it starts with actually spaying and neutering 10,000.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Carey, could you spell your last name for us, please?
Yes, ma'am. Lou, L-U.
You have it, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank
opportunity.
you.
Good morning. My name is Annie Skogor Jensen. I'll be happy to spell it. I've been in rescue in Las Vegas for 30 years, and I basically rescue animals off the streets, the ones that have nowhere else to go. And I can say within the last probably 3 to 4, maybe 5 or 6 years, it's never been worse. It's a disaster. And most of that is directly to blame for the Animal Foundation. They were not spaying and neutering. They were giving out vouchers. They're releasing animals back on the streets. Cats are just being released back out. We cannot keep up anymore, and it's really time to do something, because here we are yet back again. I'm so grateful there's an audit being done, and I'm so grateful that you guys are taking the first step, but we are really needing to do something now. It's compared to even 10 or 15 years ago, this is a disaster. And we are really looking to you guys to seriously make some change here. Thank you for the audit, because these people don't know what they're doing.
Thank you very much. The item has been stricken.
Hi, my name is Alicia Randolph Bush, and I understand the item has been stricken, but I took off from work today to be here. I'm not a hero like many of these people. I'm just a supporter. But I do know in business that the Animal Foundation is grossly mismanaged. And I see, because of all the Facebook groups I'm on, and all the groups that actually helped me rescue kitties, that they do the work. They don't turn away sick and injured animals. They do it. They have full-time jobs. This is something that we need. I pay my taxes, they pay their taxes. I would gladly give more to help the kitties and the animals, but I don't want to give more to the Animal Foundation.
Okay, thank you. And you did get her name. That's very important. Thank you for your offer of generosity, because that's what we need. Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward, or on any other item. It is public comment, the first of 2. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tracy Paz. I just wanted to let you guys know, if you have an animal that you find on the street right now and you want to surrender that animal or turn in that lost animal, you're looking at the end of August. So you have to keep that animal until the end of August. If by some chance you get evicted, thrown out, you lose your housing, you want to rehome your animal, it's the end of November for the first appointment. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward. In fact, what I'm going to ask is if you would, because each time that the last speaker speaks, I'm about to close it so we can get down to business. And as I said, the item has been stricken, which we will, at the point of staff advising us, will be hearing the item. So please come down and just, if you would, you can take either side, but just get in line so we can give everybody their minute and the respect they deserve. Thank you very much. And your name, please.
Hi, my name is Joni Anello. I'm not here to condemn anything right now. I'm just here for the animals. And what I see, I'm just an average person trying to do my part to help these animals. I see them suffer on the streets. I see a lot of the animals in the parks where people aren't allowed to go and trap, and they need help. They're actually dying out there. It's overwhelming. What's happening is all the rescues are overwhelmed too by this situation. The spay and neuter section has to be improved. That is the bottom line. That is the basis of everything. And we need a good trapping system. I don't know if the Animal Foundation can continue to improve on that, but they're not doing enough right now. And if they're not, then we need an alternative, a good alternative. And that is the basis to help all of these animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, Council. My name is Jesse Lujan, L-U-J-A-N. And I just want to say that something that we're not addressing is the fact that we're putting people in danger. Well, people like myself, when I secure a dog, and many others, other rescues, can't legally hold a dog. So what happens when you have two people saying, that's my dog? Well, you need proof. Well, I can't legally hold somebody's dog and say, well, you need to prove that this is your dog. So you're in a predicament where this person may not take it well and may come to your house, and you know what could happen. So that's all I just wanted to say. I secured a dog just last week, and this dog had two people say it was their dog. It got pretty sticky in that there were two people that said it was their dog. Only one decided to say it was their dog. But this person admitted that this was the dog's fourth litter. At that point, what do? I can't turn this dog into the shelter. Luckily, I could because the dog was pregnant, so they took it. But if they can't take it, what happens then?
Thank you.
Random citizens in danger.
Thank you.
So people's lives are in danger.
Multifaceted. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else, please come down and get closer to the podium so we can move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I just want to say,
your name.
Joni Rechtenwald.
Thank you.
I've been rescuing dogs and cats for the past 30 years and taking money out of my own pocket to make sure that animals are taken care of, that the shelters can't take, or other people can't take, or people don't come forward and say it's their animal. And I just, breaks my heart. I adopted a little dog from the Animal Foundation a month ago, and it took me 3 hours. I had to wait 3 hours to sign the little dog as my dog because the Animal Foundation was understaffed in training people. And there were some other people with me that adopted dogs also, or cats, and they had to wait a long time too. But I think it's because we need help in the city. I love Las Vegas. It's a great city, but we need to take care of these animals that can't speak for themselves. I am very happy that I have been able to help animals, but I need your help, Mayor Goodman and Councilman. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming down. Okay, seeing no one else, we will close public hearing. Thank you all for coming down, and we will be advising when that item is being brought back. And so we'll move on to agenda item 8, our business items. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council staff and or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, staff has requested item number 56, R-31-2023, to be stricken from this agenda. And with that'd be my motion.
And that's it. Only agenda item 56 is asked to be stricken, so please vote and please post. I voted, and Councilman?
Yep, sorry.
That's all right. I'm sure it passes.
Yeah.
Unanimously?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody, aye? Aye. Okay, thank you very much. There it is. Okay, agenda item 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the June 7th and June 21st, 2023 regular city council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Mayor, move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Or there's motion to approve the minutes. Please vote and then please post. Okay, may I have an oral vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you very much. And that is, oh, there it is. Thank you. Item number 10 is being trailed to be heard after the closed session item of number 63. And this item 10 was discussion for possible action regarding the annual review of City Attorney Brian K. Scott, and that is the one that's being trailed. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Items 11 through 55, as item number 56 was stricken. On the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. A correction is needed. Item number 38, as it should read, that it is in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz and not all wards. And note, the record should reflect my abstention items 13 through 16 because they pertain to the marijuana-related businesses. One of my sons involved in the industry. I'll be voting on all other items. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Ma'am, Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney. I have one additional correction.
Oh, please.
On item 53, the exhibit map was incorrect. We are swapping it out with the clerk's office and just wanted to let the public know this is the approval item for flood control dedication. The map, again, is being switched out, but other than that, everything's good to go.
Thank you very much. So we will include that item 53 as well. So may I have a motion from you?
Madam Mayor, I'd move to approve the consent agenda with the noted abstentions on item 13 through 16 and the corrections to item 38 and 53.
Thank you very much. So please vote and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 57 for discussion, possible action regarding the selection of a candidate for the position of city attorney, or select a candidate or candidates to continue the interview process with one or more of the following candidates: Claudia Aguayo, Jeff Dorkak, Elias George, and James Lewis. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor and Council members. For the record, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. As the Mayor stated, item 57 is discussion for possible action regarding the selection of a candidate for the position of City Attorney, or select a candidate or candidates to continue the interview process. At the June 7, 2023 City Council meeting, Council directed Human Resources to conduct an open and competitive recruitment process for the upcoming vacancy. Based on that direction, the position was posted on our website, as well as other websites, including the Nevada Bar Association, LinkedIn, Indeed, and governmentjobs.com for a 2-week period. In total, we had 15 applicants apply for the position, and Human Resources qualified 5 candidates for the interview process. Subsequently, we received notice that one of the candidates withdrew from the process, which resulted in Claudia Aguayo, Jeff Dorkak, Elias George, and Jim Lewis being interviewed for the position. Interviews were conducted on July 10th, 2023. Each of the 4 candidates met with our mayor and council members, and in order to comply with open meeting law, our elected officials were divided into 3 separate interview rooms. Meeting room had 3 elected officials, meeting room 2 had 2 elected officials, and meeting room 3 also had 2 elected officials. All candidates interviewed with each of the 3 groups. The result of this interview process identified our current Assistant City Attorney, Jeff Dorkak, as being the leading candidate.
Thank you very much. I really think the process was a very fair and open process. We appreciate every way that your office and you and Morgan handled this for us. It really was enlightening to see that we had so many bright, interested candidates wanting to serve the city in the legal capacity that's been so beautifully done by our current, for a minute, Brian Scott, who's just been wonderful. But really, I must commend you, Mr. Zamora. I think I can speak for council that it was very smoothly, openly, fairly, equitably done. I think it was a learning experience for all of us, and we're so grateful to the candidates that came forward. But I am going to make a motion to continue in the path that's been set forward for the city thus far, and serving currently at this moment until a vote is cast, our deputy attorney, Jeff Dorkak, to be selected to go into negotiation with you for contract decisions. Mr. Jeff Dorkak to be the next city attorney. So with that, that is my motion, and again, to thank the candidates that applied. I was so impressed. I wish we could have 4 city attorneys, but it just has been proven for me that we really, the continuum and the excellent job done thus far by our current deputy attorney. So that's my motion, and if you would all please vote. And the motion carries, and congratulations. And so, Mr. City Attorney, assuming you're not going to ask for the moon, which we would try to give you, but we can't.
I'm keeping that quiet for now. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm honored to be selected as the finalist for City Attorney, especially amongst this group of candidates. I'm humbled that you're placing your confidence in me for the challenges we have ahead, the journey we have ahead, and the opportunities, of course. And then finally, I'm very thankful and especially proud of the fact that I think a lot of people inside of this building and across the street at our municipal court were smiling and are happy with your decision this morning. I'm grateful for all of their support during this process and their help, and I won't forget it. I also want to thank, of course, our current city attorney, Brian Scott, for the opportunities he's given me and the example he's set as city attorney. I want to thank our current assistant city attorneys, Carly Helbert and Morgan Davis, for their support and wisdom along the way. And then finally, I also want to thank our previous city attorney and assistant city attorney, Brad Jerbick and Terry Ponicello, for setting me on this trajectory 9 years ago. I'll be back, as the mayor mentioned, in 2 weeks to be sworn in by the clerk and bring our entire office down. And I know we have some here already today for the review of Brian Scott and this item. But in the meantime, it's back to work, and as you said, putting a employment agreement together. I know I'm going to come out on the short end of that one because nobody beats Vince Zamora in a negotiation.
And thank you, Mr. Zamora. Truer words never said, but congratulations. And Mr. Scott, for all that you've done, and the candidates, Mr. Lewis, Elias, Claudia, for coming in. Boy, do we have talent in this time, in this town, and it's simply just wonderful. Because everything, I think, the 12 years that I've been here, every new council person, when they come in to ask questions or begin their first days, I always say, first stop, legal. Always go to our legal department to get input and as much advice before you proceed and everything. So you really keep us in line, and for the years that you've served in so many ways, Mr. Scott, and for what you've done for our entire community, we are indeed very grateful. And so you have, there's no vacations coming. There is 24/7 for you, and it's good you're young. So congratulations.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to tell the county clerk that I would like to be a yay on the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 58. discussion for possible action regarding the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF, board recommendation to allocate $57,679.87. I want to know where the 87 cents is going. For 13 neighborhood projects. This is in reference to all wards, and so thank you.
Good morning. I'm Arcelia Barajas. I'm the Deputy Director for the Department of Neighborhood Services. I'm here with Matt Tramp. He is the Vice Chair for the Neighborhood Partners Fund Board this year, and we're here to present the fiscal year 2023-24 board recommendations. As a brief introduction, the Neighborhood Partners Fund was established since 1998. So since then, we've been providing project funding to neighborhood associations and homeowner associations throughout the city. Okay, so this program encourages neighborhoods to take active roles in their community by addressing one or more of the following: physical improvements, public safety, cultural, recreational, or educational programming and tutoring. This year and each year, the program grants up to $5,000 to registered HOAs and neighborhood associations. The funds must be matched by through cash, volunteer labor, donated supplies and equipment, or professional services. This year, the board is recommending awards to 13 neighborhoods totaling the $57,679.87, and the total match for these projects is $75,870.90. The board consists of 13 members appointed by the mayor and city council, and the board evaluates projects and makes funding recommendations to the council. And now I will hand it over to Matt Tramp, who is the vice chair, who will be going over the recommendations. Just push this one here.
Script. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. For the record, I am Matthew Tramp, 2606 South Durango Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I am the Vice Chair of the Neighborhood Partners Fund, commonly called the NPF. It's been my great pleasure to serve on the NPF board. Neighborhoods and Homeowners Association came forward with some exciting projects that we would like to share with you. I'd like to take a moment to thank my fellow board members for their participation. The NPF board is composed of 6 city staff members and 7 neighborhood volunteers appointed by the mayor and council's offices. The members evaluated each project and have made recommendations for the city council's consideration for approval. I'd also like to recognize other NPF board members for their thoughtful deliberation and process. If board members are present, I'd like you to please stand as I call your name. For Ward 1, there was me, Matthew Tramp, and April Lalone. For Ward 2, there was Peter Willingham and Brian Humble. For Ward 3, it was Aaron Batista and Arlene Alvarez. For Ward 4, Liz Becker and Brenda Flank. For Ward 5, Warren Evans and Tanya Jackson-Renter. And for Ward 6, Angelo Petrilli and Mateo Beers. I'd also like to thank Councilman Brian Knudsen for my appointment for the board. It is rewarding to serve my community by participating in this amazing program. The success of the NPF program requires extensive outreach to the hundreds of neighborhoods within the city of Las Vegas. That outreach requires a well-coordinated effort by neighborhood services, the council offices, and the Office of the Communications. The board would like to thank them for promoting this program through emails, social media, ward newsletters, press releases, and meetings with potential applicants. Finally, the board would also like to thank each of the associations that applied. Now I'd like to, let's skip that line. Okay. The board recommends 13 NPF projects for fiscal year 2023-24. The projects generally fall within the following categories with some crossover: 5 neighborhood improvement projects, 3 public safety projects, 5 neighborhood engagement projects. The Neighborhood Partners Fund Board has the following recommendations. For the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association, we voted to award $4,000. For the Buffalo Coalition Neighborhood Association, we voted to approve $5,000. The Community Crusaders at the Meadows for $5,000. Duncan Court Homeowners Association, $2,875.20. Elkhorn High Noon Homeowners Association for $5,000. Glen Heather Estates Neighborhood Association for $5,000. Huntridge Neighborhood Association for $4,637.39. John S. Park Neighborhood Association for $4,396. Lakeside Village Homeowners Association for $4,672.33. Rainbow Family Park Neighborhood Association for $5,000. Tanglewood Homeowners Association for $4,255. West Mesa Estates Neighborhood Association, $2,843.95. The Willowdale Park Neighborhood Association for $5,000. The grant total is $57,679.87 with a total match of $75,870.96. These enthusiastic associations applied for the NPF funds to address critical neighborhood issues built upon the sense of community and generate volunteer involvement. And the Neighborhood Partners Fund, including Chair Quinn and myself, recommend these projects for approval. Also, another note was on my script. We had a discussion, and some of our neighborhoods that were including block parties, we put provisions to prohibit any grant funds to be used to purchase alcoholic beverages, too.
Thank you. And thank you for all the time, energy, and effort. This is a very involved and copious undertaking, and we appreciate your work. I don't know if council has any comments, questions on these awards. And yes, Councilman Creer, please.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all for serving in this capacity and helping these neighborhood associations and organizations receive dollars that I know that are very important, and really those neighborhood associations really rely on these dollars to do some dollars to do these improvements, et cetera. So thank you very much to you as Vice Chair and to Vicki Quinn as Chair. Thank you. And to all the other members.
And Arceli, thank you very much. I mean, this is great that you've done it. So any other? Yes, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Trump, thank you very much for your time and energy, and RC, thank you for everything you and your staff do to keep this going. My standard line now with all the neighborhoods when they ask me for something is it takes two to tango, and government has a role to play, but you each have a role to play in making your neighborhood great as well, and this is the epitome of how government and citizens of our great city can come together and make our community a lot better. So for your time and energy, I'm incredibly grateful. I think this is an amazing program, and astonished at how neighborhoods can come together and make it a better place to live. So thank you.
Thank you. The detail in the application and knowing the matching fund element of it bespeaks to exactly what Mayor Pro Tem has said, and it's just wonderful to see our community say, we need help, but we're part of that, and we will make a difference ourselves, not just the ask, and dollars are so hard to come by. So thank you very much. And with that, I would entertain a motion, if you would, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I'd move to approve the recommendations as made by Mr. Tramp.
Thank you. There's a motion. If you would please vote on our Neighborhood Partners Fund program. Thank you very much, and please thank staff for all that they've done. Of course, unanimous. Thank you. So we will move on now to agenda item 59, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2023-14, possible action, amends LVMC Chapter 4.24 regarding the residential construction tax for park construction to update the provisions for determining the amount of tax for each individual dwelling unit, proposed by Jorge Cervantes, our city manager. Councilman Knutson, would you like the bill read, please?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2023-14, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 4.24 regarding the residential construction tax for park construction to update the provisions for determining the amount of the tax for each residential dwelling unit and provide for other related matters.
And therefore, would you like to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve Bill number 2023-14.
Thank you. This motion on the agenda item 59. Please vote. please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 60, bill number 2023-15, possible action authorizing on a temporary basis the waiver of business license application fees for certain types of new alcoholic beverage licenses for qualifying businesses to be located within a downtown area referred to as the Las Vegas Brewery Row. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Olivia Diaz. Would you like the bill read, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2023-15, an ordinance to authorize on a temporary basis the waiver of business license application fees for certain types of new alcoholic beverage licenses for qualifying businesses to be located within a downtown area referred to as Las Vegas Brewery Row and to provide for other related matters.
And when you say temporary basis, what does that mean?
2 years.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a motion, please?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move to approve bill number 2023-15.
Thank you. This motion on agenda item 60. Please vote and please post. That motion also carries. We'll move on to agenda item 61. Bill number 2023-16, possible action readopts LVMC October 2nd, no, wrong, 10-02-010 to make state misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city. Proposed by Brian K. Scott, our city attorney. And Councilman Knudsen, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2023-16, an ordinance to readopt LEMC Section 10.2.10, the municipal code provision making state law misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city.
Okay, there's a motion, please, to make.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve bill number 2023-16.
Thank you. I'm glad you read it correctly. This motion, please vote and please post. And that carries, and we'll move on to agenda item 62, and that is bill number 2023-17, amends various provisions of the Las Vegas Charter chapters 14.10 and 14.11 to update water conservation measures to be consistent with the regulations Las Vegas Valley Water District makes related changes to LVMC Title 19 and amends LVMC Chapter 16.28 to prohibit the use of evaporative cooling in new structures. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Diaz. And item number 62, bill number 2023-17 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on July 31st, 2023. Assistant City Attorney, will you read the new bill?
Yes, ma'am, you kind of did already, but I'll double down. Bill number 2023-17, an ordinance to amend the various provisions of LVMC chapters 14.10 and 14.11 to update water conservation measures to be consistent with regulations of the Las Vegas Valley Water District, make related changes to LVMC Title 19, amend LVMC chapter 16.28 to prohibit the use of evaporative cooling in new structures, and provide for other related matters.
New bill number 2023-17 is assigned to the July 31st, 2023 recommending committee members, Councilman Knudsen, Councilwomen Seaman and Polensky, if any so designated, are unable to attend. The clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my discretion.
Madam Mayor, on that item, because it's going to be at the recommending committee, for anybody who may be watching, I think it's important to note that we've asked, in addition to the staff at the City of Las Vegas to provide a presentation, we're also asking for the Water District to be on hand to provide a presentation, because I know it's a topic of a lot of interest in the community right now.
And there's a lot of items being reported every day in the newspaper and online, and it's a surprise to many when you see your bills come in. So, and hopefully the older parts of the community will be taken into consideration. There are a lot of fixed income individuals finding this extra charge that is probably doubling their water bills very challenging. So it really needs a lot of conversation going forward. So thank you very much. We are now on agenda item 63, which are closed session. Upon a duly carried motion, a closed session meeting is called in accordance with NRS 241.030 to discuss the following item. A, City Attorney's Annual Performance Review. And then agenda item 10, which is being trailed to be heard after the closed session item. So know those, and that is discussion for possible action regarding the annual review of City Attorney Brian K. Scott.
And we will need a motion, ma'am, to go into closed session for this one.
Please.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor of going into closed session? Aye. Aye. Okay, carries, and so we will. How long are we expecting would one... city manager.
Mayor, City Manager Cervantes, so in the past, Mayor, these conversations taken around 30 minutes when y'all go back to the closed session for this.
Okay, so keep in mind. All right, so we'll give a little extra wiggle room. Be prepared at 11. I think I hit your pin.
Sorry, I was out, but I
You're trying to avoid it. Oh, here we go.
No. Oh, my God, I'm like, I could have pretended nothing. I voted yes.
No, I thought you were pulling, Councilwoman. I thought...
Yes.
Okay, we need my Mayor Pro Tem. So without my Mayor Pro Tem, we're alive and well here and have a quorum. So Councilman Creer, birthday boy, would you please bring us back from closed session and make a motion?
Madam Mayor, bring a motion to bring us out of closed session and continue with the agenda item 63.
Thank you very much. And would you please vote and post? And so we are back in business, I think. And I guess we're opening 10 as well. Agenda 13 and 10. An oral vote. Okay. All right. We are back here.
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
So at this point, as it is, well, it's a very traumatic day for all of us who've known you for so long, and thank you. This is about separating from the city. I know you, as I've said to you many times, you're going to be extremely bored. But I want to open it up to council for comments, first of all, and then ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
And so...
And then, Mayor, I have a little prepared speech as well. If
why don't you go first, then?
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
One moment, Mr. Scott. Mayor, do you just want to confirm that we are on item 10?
There were, I think I said we're confirming coming back from closed session with 63 and 10.
And now we're hearing 10. And now we're hearing 10.
And now we're hearing 10. Okay, perfect. Whatever you say, I will do.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record and for the final time, I am Las Vegas City Attorney Brian Scott. First, I want to say congratulations to the new incoming City Attorney, Jeff Dorkak. Remember, this job can be very challenging. I want him to remember to stop a minute, breathe, take a vacation now and then. Don't do as I do, but do as I say. Take a vacation now and then. And then remember, your job is to do what's in the best interest of the city. Please be honest and ethical in your dealings. Be open to suggestions. Please be open to asking for advice. Please be open to new ideas. Please be open to comments. And most of all, please be open to criticism. Regardless if you want it or not, you're going to get it. So please be open. Stay the course, and I wish you the best of luck, Jeff. If I could ask the attorneys and staff of the Las Vegas City Attorney's Office to please stand and be recognized. Mayor and Council, I want you all to know that it's been my greatest professional honor to be a part of this office for the past 27 years. Over the past 3 years, we've all endured a lot of changes and done some really, really good work for our community. Changes and work that I believe that are for the betterment of our department and this city. I want to thank you for all going on this journey with me and being so receptive to change. You are the best. The city is fortunate to have all of you, and I'm extremely proud of all of you and wish you all the very best. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my family, friends, and colleagues who are watching and who are in the audience for all of their unwavering support and encouragement of me throughout the years. It's been very much appreciated. I've been a Nevada attorney for 32 years. During my years with the city, I provided legal advice to 28 city council members, including 3 mayors. I've attended and legally advised during 600 city council meetings and 500 plus planning commission meetings. One of which went to 4:40 a.m., by the way. Being the city's chief prosecutor and chief advisor to the mayor and city council, I took an oath to protect the city's interests and uphold the rule of law. Daily, I'm tasked with making ethical and legal decisions which have wide-ranging implications for this community. I've been fortunate to have several mentors throughout my life and career: my loving mother, Minnie Scott, Dr. William Sullivan, Attorney Don Campbell, retired Nevada Supreme Court Justice Michael Douglas, and Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals Judge Johnny Rawlinson. From them, I've gained not only a sense of civic responsibility, but of self-awareness and a spirit of giving back. They have taught me that it's not all about me, but about the greater good for the betterment of our community and its residents. I've been honored to have made Nevada history on several occasions during my legal career and tenure with the city. Not only am I the first African-American city attorney in its history, but I'm also the first African-American Nevada State Bar President in 2016-17. I was the first African-American president of the Clark County Law Foundation in 2006. I was the first African-American president of the Clark County Bar Association in 2005, and president of the Las Vegas chapter of the National Bar Association from 1996 to 1999. The Las Vegas City Attorney's Office is made up of 60 great individuals, including 25 attorneys. I was the assistant city attorney for 15 years before I became the city attorney, and those years were extremely challenging. When I took over as city attorney on July 1st, 2020, I was the only attorney of color out of 25 attorneys, and there were no female attorneys in the civil division. Through attrition and through my diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, I'm proud to report that we now have 4 out of 13 attorneys in the civil division that are women. 2 are women of color. In the criminal division, 6 of the 11 attorneys are women, and 2 are women of color. After the retirement of Assistant City Attorney Ed Pileski, I appointed the first female Assistant City Attorney, Carly Helbert, to head the city's criminal division. She is doing an incredible job, and I want to thank Carly for taking on that role. The criminal division prosecutes all misdemeanor criminal cases in the city's jurisdiction, including domestic violence, DUIs, traffic citations, and code enforcement matters. I don't know if you know this or not, but the city of Las Vegas has probably the 3rd highest domestic violence rate in the country. And that's troubling, but they do a really, really good job of making sure those victims of violent crimes are taken care of. The Civil Division handles zoning and planning issues, human resources, ordinance drafting, litigation, and all transactional matters. I have made it my mission to make the City Attorney's Office more diverse and more reflective of the citizens in our community, not only race and gender, but LGBTQ and abilities as well. I have had the good fortune to be able to hire 10 new attorneys, a receptionist, victim witness advocates, legal technicians, and 2 record specialists. I'm very proud of the DEI accomplishments we have made in such a short time. These are all well-qualified and hard-working individuals who understand what it means to be a public servant. The Las Vegas chapter of the National Bar Association recognized our department's DEI efforts in October of 2022 by naming the Las Vegas City Attorney's Office as Law Firm of the Year. I have served on countless committees, boards, and task forces. I've been appointed to a number of boards, written numerous articles for various legal publications, such as Nevada Lawyer and Communique. I've spoken on panels regarding subjects such as diversity, equity, inclusion, civility, and the practice of municipal law. I've given keynote speeches to groups of 20 to 1,200. I've been blessed to receive many accolades during my career, including Las Vegas Chapter of the National Bar Association Attorney of the Year in 2018, the State Bar of Nevada's Public Lawyer Section's James M. Bartley Distinguished Public Lawyer Award in 2019, the International Municipal Lawyers Association's Buck Delmenthal Award in 2021, and more recently, in 2021, the State Bar of Nevada awarded me and honored me by naming its Trailblazer of the Year award, the Brian K. Scott Trailblazer Award. In 2018, the Las Vegas Chapter of the National Bar Association named a book scholarship in my name as well, the Brian K. Scott Book Scholarship. It's awarded every year to a deserving law student on an annual basis to help them achieve their goals, as I was financially helped by the LVMBA when I was in law school. I've been recognized as Legal Elite Nevada Top Attorneys in Government by Nevada Business Magazine since 2012, 15, 16, and 17. I'm very proud to leave this legacy and my mark on the City of Las Vegas and on the practice of law in Nevada. During our closed-door session, I presented you with my and my office's accomplishments for July 1st, 2022 to July 1st, 2023. Those accomplishments are too numerous to relay here, but I will submit them, and I have submitted them for the record for the clerk, and have submitted her the following. The City Attorney's Office Organizational Charts for 2020 and 2023. My office's list of projects and accomplishments from July 1st, 2022 to July 2023. My list of accomplishments for my previous 2 years as your city attorney, 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022. And lastly, my biography to be added to the permanent record of the City of Las Vegas. In closing, I just want to say that it's been my, I don't want to cry on this one, it's been my greatest joy to be your city attorney. And thank you for allowing me during this past 3 years to do the work that I think I've been meant to do. And thank you. It's been great to be the legal counsel for the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Okay, Mr. Zamora, one more time, if you would refresh us all as to our role right now, please.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. At this point, you can make a motion to award any type of remuneration for Mr. Scott's performance over the last 12 months.
Thank you very much. And I think at this point, any time for comments, let's start with you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been an absolute pleasure working with you. You and I have been in the trenches together, 2 years Planning Commission, 5 years City Council, and you have been an excellent city attorney on all fronts. Anytime you come to you for a question, you are ready with an answer, with a response. If you don't, you prepare it and get it together, and you give your opinion on the legal aspects of the work that we're doing there, especially when I didn't know anything about planning. I would come to you and ask you questions, and you'd be so kind and patient with me to teach me about it. I had always known you, and in our community, as the black guy who's a city attorney in Las Vegas, right? Because you were like many, you were one of others, and so it was great to see you ascend to become the city attorney. You represent our community so well. Born and raised in the community, product, Rancho High School, grew up in the historic West Side with us, and anybody that I've ever spoken to, and no matter what their background is, what their race, color, denomination, they've always spoken very highly of you. That is rare in the work that we do. And so I applaud you. You have been a shining example for our community, and as well for myself. I'm not above that. We appreciate you for taking the charge and leading the way. So thank you, my friend. Look forward to continued workings with you in our community. Now that you have more time, we will find ways to put you to work.
Thank you, Councilman.
And God bless you.
And I'm free now.
You are free
have to pay
now.
me now.
You are free now, and look forward to the cake, the banana pudding.
My two-time award-winning banana pudding?
Two-time award-winning
Yes,
banana pudding.
I will be making that soon.
God bless you, my friend. And I know we're going to make a recommendation to award you with something. Whatever we award you with will not be enough. But we're going to do our best to accommodate.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
it. And we played tennis against each other in high school, too.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I won.
Yeah, you
Okay,
always
thank
won,
you.
so.
I'd like to see you both on the court right now.
Drinking beers.
I know where
There's a lot of pounds
money
ago,
would
Mayor.
go. Heart attack grill. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, as you know, Brian, we haven't had a lot of time to work together, but in the months that we have been able to work together, I really appreciated your sound judgment and your balanced approach and your calm demeanor and your straight talking. So I will miss working with you, but again, as Councilman Creer said, you've been an incredible asset to this community. I know that you will stay involved and continue doing the great work with the different bar associations to move our legal system forward.
Thank you, Councilman. It's been great working with you as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, you're already at the top of my list as a former Rancho Ram alum.
Go
so,
Rams.
Went to the same high school, but I believe you're truly a trailblazer in your space. You're making history here at the city, being the first African-American city attorney, and I think you're opening doors or kicking them down for many other folks coming behind you. So for that, we're forever grateful. Thank you for your many, many countless hours and years of service to our community. If you work for the city of Vegas, you truly are a public servant. It's not just us that are elected, but everybody behind us getting the work done for our communities are part of the public servant. So thank you. I know that sometimes we don't get the love and the respect for being in these roles, but we're doing the best that we can given all the challenges and circumstances that continue to evolve and fall just into our laps sometimes. Wanted to also just highlight how I appreciated you coming and talking to students at an elementary school about being a city attorney. I appreciated you being there when a community of mine got flooded, and there were a lot of questions around the situation and the circumstances of that flooding event, and you were there to help us provide that legal answer and lens to the neighbors' questions that I didn't know the answers to. And obviously, there's constant things that are popping up for us, and I've always picked up the phone and have been able to get an answer really quickly from you, and I appreciate your promptness, and because those responses guide then our next conversation or dialogue or action on something. So you're going to be sorely missed, but I know that you have a bucket list that you probably want to get to, especially time off, hearing that in the last 3 years you haven't really taken much time off. I think you need to rejuvenate and do things for Brian. So thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It's been great working with you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Scott. We didn't go to Rancho High School together. You've never made me banana pudding, and you've never played tennis with me, so I'm feeling somewhat jaded right now.
FOMO, that's called FOMO.
No, but one thing that we do share is an absolute love and dedication to the city and the community that we live in, and I've always felt akin to that spirit, because you can feel it with city employees who have been here as long and who just genuinely love everything that the city of Las Vegas is, and that I think emulates from you. And so for the time and energy and passion you've put into this community, I think we are all grateful, and we all will benefit from that for a lifetime to come. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Councilman. It's been great working with you.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, it's a sad time, but yet it's a happy time. I think the thing is knowing you and hearing the beautiful things about your mother.
Yes.
I know that she is smiling, and I think for those of us who are lucky enough to be parents, it is how your children grow to become good human beings and care. And it translates over races, religions, everything. And so the achievements that you have made in your lifetime, and the growth and the generosity of your spirit and your humanity, to me, are the critical things. And having a husband who's an attorney and 2 sons who are attorneys, I really don't have an affection for attorneys. I have to tell you. No matter what, that you bog everything down, and that you were punished once having to stay here till 4 o'clock in the morning. Sort of made me smile, because we on the dais were here not quite till 4, but many times into the late hours or early morning. But I think you've been spectacularly sensitive. You have taken all those phone calls when we have issues. There's so many things why you've brought to our attention, so many things that you've done, and most of it is available to those who want to know through the public comments you've made. And that we have copies of. I think it just is a small page in a huge presentation. You've done remarkably, beautifully well in responding to us. In a very, people think that we're here and go ahead and elect us out of this position. This is a very self-effacing job, believe it or not, and you take so many challenges on when you sit as a council member or the mayor. It is trying to take care to the best of our abilities, every human being that's here, and balance very difficult questions. And I think, as I had mentioned before to all of us, every time we had a new council member or continuously still, that when you have an idea, the first stop before you try to implement that idea into something is legal. And to give us all, as elected personnel, the legal advice, so first and foremost, we don't waste time or do things that are contrary to the laws of the land and certainly the state and the city. You've been remarkable. And so as we're going forward here, I know there's a great passion to give you a recognition, I would call it, in what we're going to do, but it pales because we would all like to do so much more. And yet it's not really fair to the whole who are all suffering in inflation and everything else that we're dealing with the cucumber that used to be 5 cents is now 50 cents, almost as a bargain. And so as we go forward, and thank you, know that it is, as Councilman Creer just said, he would, I can't remember what he said, but it's something like he'd give you the moon or more, whatever it is. But knowing and having had conversation with you and knowing what we've done, I want to just get one more comment from Mr. Zamora about some recommendations of consideration here.
Hello, Mayor, Council members. I'm Vince Zamora, for the record, Human Resources Director. We've always used the standard of what our appointed and executive employees were receiving, and this year that was a 4.5% COLA with an up to 5% merit. And that's been the general guiding standard.
The general guiding. So I think what I would do, I would entertain a motion, if I might, and I would turn down to Councilwoman, if you would like to make a recommendation here first and see how we are looking, unless there's somebody right now that is, no. So if you would be good enough to, Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to award Attorney Brian Scott 9%.
And would that be something that, yes?
Mayor, I just want to make sure for the record that we're specifying that this is a bonus of 9%.
A bonus of 9%.
Yeah, there can't be a COLA component. It has to be a lump sum.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yes? Okay, so I know what you had asked of us, and I think that is of great reflection of what we feel.
I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And so I will have to take a vote on that, and would you...
Madam Mayor, I just want to clarify the motion, because the 9% is consistent with what the appointive and executive employees received, and that combined the 4.5% COLA and up to 5% merit. So I just wanted to verify that that's consistent with what the rest of the city appointive and executive employees received as well. Is that correct, Mr. Zamora?
Sorry, once again, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. The employees were eligible for, they received a 4.5% COLA and up to 5% in merit for a possible total of 9.5%.
Okay. So that is in that range, so that's very clear.
And thank you. I really appreciate that.
So we haven't voted yet.
Okay, thanks.
So any other comment before I ask for the vote? I saw we're all okay. Thank you very much. Please vote, and let's please post here. And I think we're all anxious for to make those phone calls on a Sunday. Congratulations to you. Thank you for
Thank you, Mayor and
everything.
Council. It really is. I do really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, goodness, we are on agenda item now 64. Is that where we are? Okay. I will read this lengthy report here. Item number 64 through 67 may be considered one motion, one vote, or considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have the item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 64, and then I'm going to read right through 64AB, and then 65AB, and 66AB, and 67. Okay, 2364, 230176, applicant owner Howard Hughes Corporation LLC, company, excuse me, on the following land use entitlement project request on the north side of Lake Mead Boulevard, alignment 740 feet west of Reverence Parkway, PC Plan Community Zone 2, Ward Seaman, Councilwoman Seaman, number 64A. 230176 MOD1 for modification Summerlin West Village 27 Development Plan, 562 acres, 0.29 acres. Number 64B 230176 TM P1 Summerlin West Village 27 Phase 2 for 22 lot parent. Tentative map for Summerlin West Village is 27, 462.74 acres, number 65230183, applicant Vaughn Douglas, owner NUWU Art LLC, and the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.14 acres at 1331 South Maryland Parkway, Ward 3 of Councilwoman Diaz. 65A 230183 ZON1 rezoning from R1 single family residential to PO professional office. 65B 230183 SUP1 special use permit for proposed museum, art display, or art sales private use. Number 66 230192 applicant owner, Summerlin Parkway Storage LLC, and the following land use entitlement project requests on 2.50 acres located approximately 610 feet north of West Cliff Drive, approximately 500 feet west Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone 1, Councilman Knutson. Number 66A 230192 EOT1 for second extension of time and on an approved special use permit, SUP 76707 for proposed mini storage facility use. 66B 230192 EOT2 for a second extension of time on an approved site development plan review, SDR 76708 for proposed three-story 750-unit mini storage facility consisting of two buildings for a total of 123,672 square feet. Number 67230260 ROC1, applicant owner, International LLC, and a land use entitlement project request for a review of condition of approval. Number 2 of an approved rezoning ZON 2480, which states, quote, a deed restriction running with the land which limits the use of the property for auto body paint and repair as the only C2 use shall be executed by the property owner and submitted to the city attorney's office for approval. Recordation of the approved deed restriction shall name the city of Las Vegas as the party and shall be recorded by the applicant with a county recorder prior to issuance of any building permits for tenant improvements or certificates of occupancy on 2.54 acres at 16909 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilman Knutson. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on items 64 through 66, and staff recommends approval of item 67. These are public hearing items which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote items, please?
Madam Mayor, I'll be making a motion, but I believe Councilwoman Diaz has a comment to make.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and council colleagues. On item 65, I want to disclose that I nominated the applicant to the City of Las Vegas Arts Commission, but I do not believe that my nomination of her will materially affect my independence of judgment on this item. Therefore, I make this disclosure, but will continue to vote.
And Mayor, if I may just add, Councilman, what you indicated is that you don't have the type of relationship with this applicant that would materially affect your independence of judgment. With that statement and your disclosures, my advice is that you can vote on this matter.
And on agenda item 65, the applicant, Fawn Douglas, was a student at the Meadows School, and I have known her since she was a little girl, but that will not affect my vote either. She is very endeared to me and has been all these years.
Sounds to me like that won't be affecting your independence of judgment, Mayor, so you may vote as well.
Okay, thank you. So,
Madam Mayor, with those disclosures, I would move to approve the Community Development one motion, one vote, item 65 64 through 67.
For some reason, I don't know if mine's voted, there it goes. I approve. And that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to 68, 68A and B, 230113 and the following land use entitlement project requests on .46 acres at 6010 Moonlight Drive. 68A, 230113 VAR1 to allow vehicular access from a primary or secondary thoroughfare where such is prohibited, and a 96-foot lot width adjacent to a primary or secondary thoroughfare where 100 feet is required. Number 68B, 230113 ZON1 from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential. The applicant owner is Hacienda Evelyn. The Planning Commission recommends approval and staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6 with Councilwoman Bruni and her public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And when you come to the microphone, if you'd be good enough, both of you, to give us your names so the clerk has them as record, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Joe Feliciano. I'm with my mom.
I'm Evelyn Shanda.
Thank you. How are you? Thank you very much. And shall we start with Mr. Lowenstein, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject site in order to subdivide the lot into two. This will result in a residential lot having driveway access to the 85-foot right-of-way known as Tropical Parkway, as defined on our Master Streets and Highways Plan, which is prohibited. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow this driveway access, which staff does not support, and is recommending denial of the variance and the rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make any comments at this point? Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name for the record, make your comments. Seeing and hearing none, we will close the public hearing. And Councilwoman Burry, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is my first item. I want to thank the Hacienda family for coming in to chat with me and my team this week. I will say I have one son, and I hope every son is like Mr. Hacienda. He's building the first home for his mother, Evelyn, and the second home for his sister. And so we talked through the drawings. I think it's going to be a great project, very harmonious and compatible with Ward 6. I'm very glad that you've chosen to make Ward 6 your home. And with that, I will make a motion to approve item 23-0113.
Both 68A and B, Councilwoman?
A and B, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any conditions on this at all? None. Please vote and please post. Motion's approved. Go forward. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for spending your time.
Okay, agenda item 69, 230246, HPC 1, public hearing, applicant owner Kaya Rivkas. The possible action and appeal of a denial by the Historic Preservation Commission on a request for a certificate of appropriateness application for the addition of a vestibule and metal gates on the south side of the residence and property located at 1819 Beverly Way, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present? And I think we start first with our report from Historic Preservation.
Yeah. Mayor, this is Jim Lewis. I've been asked by the councilwoman to give a quick introduction, if that would be okay with you.
I'd love to have it.
Okay, so we don't see many appeals from the Historic Preservation Commission, so what I'd just like to say is this is an appeal from a decision by the Historic Preservation Commission, and this appeal is on a denial of an approval known as a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a vestibule and metal gates by the appellant. The appellant before you constructed the vestibule and the metal gates prior to obtaining the approval of the HPC and prior to issuance of any building permits by the city. So after the appellant has provided the evidence and testimony in support of her appeal, Dr. Seabrandt, the Historic Preservation Officer, will present a staff report to you, and it will explain the city's position and offer a brief factual summary. This is the important part for me. A decision to deny the appeal today upholds the Historic Preservation Commission's decision of denial. An approval of this appeal grants the appellate the certificate of appropriateness, and that would be with certain conditions to be read into the record by the HBC if that happened, one of which will be to obtain all proper building permits from the City of Las Vegas. To get that building permit, a variance will be required. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. So maybe we'll go over, is there more to add?
No, Mayor. So I think what Mr. Lewis just said is we'll have the applicant, because this is kind of a quasi-legal proceeding, we'll have the applicant go first, and then Dr. Seabrandt will go second.
Okay. Morning.
Good morning. Stephen Mack on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Kravickas, who's present as well. I'm going to let her speak to the factual issues on it first, and then I'll address some of what I see as some of the legal issues.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. I am Kaya Kravickas. It's a super honor to be
Okay,
standing.
do you want to get in front of the mic because we lose you when, there you go.
How's that?
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I am Kaya Kravickas. It's a huge honor to stand in front of the mayor today. I am a licensed, bonded, insured general contractor. I bought this house at a trustee's auction I bought this house at a trustee's sale on 4th Street in September of 2018. I bought it sight unseen and didn't really know what I was buying, but I have a history of doing challenging renovations, so I jumped in. I also have lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years. Prior to buying this house, I lived on Rexford, so familiar with the area. So what did I buy? Let's take a look. So this is the house, and had these beautiful, large, bountiful olive trees that are about $2,000 in landscaping to trim every couple months. They're old, they're established, they're mature. The yard that was sand and mess, and it was boogie woogie blue. So this was the backyard, and the backyard had this pergola structure, and the bases of the pergola structure were all gnawed to pieces, like it was barely structurally sound, and there was like chicken wire mesh, which I actually like cut myself on. I couldn't figure out what was up with that. But this nice gentleman who I called, but unfortunately has retired from the city of Las Vegas' service, Alfredo Ramos, he stopped by my house one day, and he's like, wow, what a job that you did with this house, because you wouldn't believe what it looked like many years ago. And I was like, actually, I do. But he said that on one of the worst job calls of his entire career, he hauled like 40 dogs out of that place, which were being like fought. And I remember the smell was horrendous of both human and animal excrement. So this is the side yard. There's carts, there's clothes, there's drug paraphernalia and debris. This is, any nook and cranny. Beverly Green was a different place at that time. There's a lot of boarded up buildings around me. It was rough to try to take on. I would also find my neighbors like billing statements and credit card stuff of that nature. And I actually don't know how to this day, but became a victim of that too. They got my business debit card number, and for 6 months it was held to pay with ACHs and disruption of my life. So here is another picture, and all this I cleaned up myself, so that was not fun, of what it looked like. So here's me dropping a dumpster and picking it up. And largely, it's also imperiled because my front door starts where the alley ends. So this is just a constant mess of trash, garbage, people poo and pee there, homeless tents, and I have worked tirelessly myself and with my own money and time and safety have gone and boarded up these little alcoves that I guess were formerly trash alcoves in this alley, buying Tapcons and stuff to keep the whole neighborhood safe. And also when, there were a lot of other boarded buildings around, I would go buy locks with my own money, chains with my own money, and help keep everything secure because I was living there and it was a scary place and I wanted it, everything to be locked up and safe. So this is examples of things that blow into my foyer. So things like this, it would be not too common. We have a lot of wind, and I would open my door, and stuff like this blows into my house. So I don't know if you've ever come home and had somebody in your home, but it's a terrifying feeling. I have had the personal experience of sitting on the other side of a window and listening to somebody discussing with somebody how they are going to rape me, murder me, and set my house on fire. So I was so terrified during this time, I actually went and bought another house because I had tools in here. Every time I leave, somebody would break in, and I went through not just one or two, like a lot of burglaries. It was a very terrifying experience and time in my life. Even got to the point where they would write me notes. This is my back door. I wrote them back. So this is a example of the police reports. This is forced entry. They broke in, they stole my safe. Don't ever put your spare car keys in your safe because not only did they steal my guns, and I was consumed with the idea that I could get murdered with my own firearm, they actually got in the safe because they came back 2 weeks later and stole my truck too. So this is grand larceny, gun, auto burglary, another unrelated, this is separate burglary. This individual here got in and got like credit cards and whatever. So in this time of my life, I'm consumed with doing metro stuff and tracking down these people who are, and just the life disruption of having stuff like that go on is quite a lot to deal with, when you have a job and other things. So what else was going on in Beverly Green at this time? Now, I think that I'm happy to speak to this to you because I think a lot of you might recognize this name. There was a guy in my neighborhood he had a company called CLV Management, and what he was doing was scamming people and taking advantage of elderly. He was an identity thief. CLV Property Management was actually somehow using county subsidies here to be able to quote-unquote house homeless, but instead he was scamming people and the county. So this is an article dated in 2010 from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, where this man, they were reveling that he's finally out of Beverly Green and they got him locked up in Georgia. But he doesn't ever just go away. Here's Mr. Leslie's own handwriting. He's a former prisoner. Insurance fraud, identity fraud, and theft. This is City of Las Vegas Registers of Actions.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, if I may. Because she's an appellant, she has certain rights to present whatever it is she wants to this board. But what I'm hearing is a lot of things that are sort of unrelated to why we're here. There's a vestibule and a metal gate that was constructed without either HPC approval or building permits or variance. And what I'd like to do is maybe help folks along because I don't think this is getting to the information that you need.
Just to address that, I think what she's doing is giving you kind of a background of why she came up with the solution she came up with, which we can move on to the next.
Sir, can you state your name for the record? Can you state your name for us?
Oh, I'm sorry, Stephen Mack.
Thanks.
Yep. Well, my last statement about that is this is Calvin Leslie's driver's license, and the address of his driver's license, as you might note, is 1819 Beverly Way, which is my house. And I did not know that at the time. And this is a Las Vegas Review-Journal headline from a month ago where heinous and reprehensible judge sentenced man to prison for abuse and neglect at a group home, which was my house. So, what other challenges was I facing with this house? So the house directly behind me was boarded up, and people who were out of their mind on whatever would walk straight through my yard, and it would be repeatedly boarded up, but there was a hole in the roof from a fire. And so these people would get into this house and then not be able to get out, and their stretchers would come and retrieve the bodies. And here's more examples of the people. This is my low wall on the other side, that, just on the other side, people just hanging out. So I was like, gosh, what do I do about this? What can I do? So I go downtown to the old Rancho City building to try to ask and see, how you go about, let's build some walls, let's, get this taken care of. And so I went through that process, but it wasn't really just the expense. The retaining walls surrounding were not structurally sound enough to build on. Also, there's not enough depth between, I have a very large house, but a small lot, so it would be like walking out to like a prison wall right in front of your face. So I womaned up and I decided, let's put some hills and some mounds. I'm right on the corner and I don't want cars coming into my house, but I don't really want to look at a wall. So I built mounds, and my thought was if I put some really big rocks, like some higher end, like larger 3-4 inch rock, you know, people would maybe stumble, hurt themselves, and maybe not come into my house. So I did that. And then, you know, COVID happened, and
I'm hearing you, and I can see all of this where we're headed. Let's go ahead and stick with why the vestibule and the metal gate. So if you can move us forward. I mean, you obviously had hardships in the neighborhood, and everybody's been working, Beverly Glen, trying to get it improved. But the issue, as Mr. Lewis tried to remind us and me, is the vestibule and the metal gate. Okay. So it's on appeal for that, the denial from the historic preservation. So if you can move forward, know that you've convinced us you had a mess. And let's get to why the vestibule and why the metal gates in particular, and go from there, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So I have done 20 plus years of almost exclusively historic restoration in my professional career. And so turning to your point, here's an example of that backyard, that pergola. Instead of tearing it down or ripping it up, I spent more than that retaining what was already there. I spent a lot of time.
But you're still not on the vestibule on the gates. You're in the back. So let's get forward to the front of the house and what we were talking about there.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have that alley, and in beautifying my home and making it look as it more does today, the neighborhood improved. I got better neighbors. We worked together. I worked actually specifically with Olivia Diaz's office in coordinating this. We were really bummed. The office came back to us saying we had to have 100% of the owners sign this petition. I drafted this petition, got my neighbors engaged, and we were able to clean up the alley. And then in April, I did find stones finally that matched
let's get back to the gate, please, and the vestibule. You're still around the house. I think this is really important. Why the vestibule and the metal gates?
Actually, Your Honor, Stephen Mack, she's getting to part of the vestibule now.
Okay.
The rocks are important because they're one of the things that are listed as a reason for denial.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so one of the reasons of denial was the rocks did not match the house. Now, I mean, the house was painted boogie woogie blue, and I did not do that. This is the original house. It was tan with natural stone, and denial was upset that, you know, the white, but I actually didn't like the white, and I was thinking maybe I'd sandblast it back to natural, but it got really hot, and I was like, that's a mess. Maybe I'll do it in the fall. So I found these stones that were actually reclaimed, that were 40 years old, and they matched the original. So I was really excited. So guess what? Threw them in the car. And built the structure. Now, it would be said that this was all done without a permit, but that's not entirely true. I did make many attempts to initiate. I did initiate permits multiple times, and here's a list of those permit requests that are marked here accepted, and I didn't get any feedback or response. And sometimes, I know working with government, sometimes that takes some time, and I didn't understand, why that hadn't been achieved yet. And I did follow up by email in late August, which is where I was like, I think it was like August 29, and I reached out and I said, hey, what's going on with this? And Marco Bucky, who's a supervisor in planning, was like, well, the lady who got her job in December of 2019 that thinks the house was always yellow and looked like that said no, because it's in the Beverly Green Historic District. And she said, you can look right here on the website, and the website says 1951 to 1964, and my house was built in 1973. There was a lot of confusing and conflicting information and responses that I got when I spoke to people. and there's a couple of other things that it needed to be 50 years old, which my house was not, and it was not home to any historic figure. Here's a text message on November 2 from the actual code enforcement officer that I was dealing with, and imagine how confusing this is to me. He says, I was reaching out about 1819 Beverly Way. After review, the city agrees that your property is not subject to the historical district. With that said, a permit is still necessary. If you submit a new application, it will not be denied for historical review reasons. So this whole entire process has been very, just very confusing. And here, I was just like, how is this happening? Because just a couple years ago, I made a major change to this building by permitting the curbs. I had them lowered to create a circular driveway around the former front of my building, and permitting lowering curbs, is a major change, and I didn't deal with any of these problems when I successfully did that permit at that time. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe if I hire a wonderful and very expensive attorney, he can explain it to me. And so again, here is there's a couple of issues with the historical designation that they don't want the doors to be visible from the street, but I have these very well established and large olive trees that very much block it. You cannot see it at all from Beverly proper. I made this so that you can see, you got to walk around and really stand in front of it. And if somebody had come to me and said, maybe put some Italian cypresses and directly in front, something, that could have been the thing. But I had zero communication whatsoever that has kind of brought me here. And speaking on that point about eyesores, you got all kinds of inappropriate art and stuff all around. Even my neighbor who has a historic building has actually tried to camouflage her home from the people, vagrants wandering about, by strapping grass to her fence line, so I'm providing examples of other similar properties which, annotate similar styles that were built in the same year span. Here is one from, I think that is, go back, 1800. This is 1800 silver. This was built in 1977, sold for just over $3 million. This is 208 Desert View Street, $880,000, with a foyer area that's taller than its roof line. This is another example. This is 2021 Mills Circle. This was built in 1962 with a similar ranch with a similar roof line at the foyer. This is probably the best example. This is a couple blocks away from me. This is in 1900 South 15th Street, 89104. It was built in 1964, and you'll see with a higher front foyer area and the metal security doors on the front of the building. So that would be a really similar structure. And then this one, whose color even matches mine. Is what I found. And I think there were some other issues about an asymmetrical roof line, but you see that all over Vegas. And so while there's still hardship and stuff, I really felt like it was completely necessary for my own security, and actually did so with every respect and intention of emulating the original stone and continuing that line of the house perfectly along the way. And here is a picture from yesterday morning of stuff that's in my front yard.
Okay.
If I may just address it, Your Honor.
Yes, please go ahead, and then
Stephen
we'll hear
Mack.
from Dr. Seabrant.
I just want to kind of address the legal issues on this and go down one by one. I know my client kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a history of the neighborhood and what she's tried to do, and the reason for having the security doors that are there. And so the issues, apparently, one is the height of the addition is taller than the original doorway. While it is, she showed at least 5 examples of similar properties that were built in similar time, some earlier even in the time frame that's set for this neighborhood, that have the large vestibule. So clearly at that point in time there were houses that were built with larger vestibules. And the second item was the asphalt shingles don't match the color. That's a simple fix. If that's all they wanted, my client could have changed the shingles to a different color. The gabled roof does not match the hipped roof on the house. But in the neighborhood, if you walk around that neighborhood, there are hipped with gable and gable upon gable, and there's all kinds of different variations of it. The stone cladding doesn't match the size or color of the stones on the house. That's inaccurate. She found the stones that matched. The stones that are on the vestibule are a match for the ones that she has. They're just in the natural color. They're not white. I mean, she was intending, like she said, when it got cooler to sandblast and try to get back to the original color on the white, but the stones do match. The black iron gates do not match existing doors and windows on the house. That is correct, but if you walk around the neighborhood, sometimes you'll see a door painted red or yellow and variations, and certainly doesn't match any of the other doors that are in the house. They're typically different. The scrollwork design doesn't match color design elsewhere in the home. Again, same. I think those two are really the same issue. And the last thing really is the site doesn't meet Title 19 corner side yard setback requirements. It misses it by 2 feet, which might require a variance, which my client is willing to apply for. The biggest thing is that she had applied, I think, multiple times, and I don't remember the date beginning that she had applied for it.
June.
Beginning in June of 2022.
Yeah.
And received no response. They were accepted. And then she had text. She was dealing with them on the curb. The curb was approved. She dealt with the one inspector who texted her back, and part of the problem was whether or not this house actually fell in the historic district because of the year of the house. The house doesn't meet the year requirement. But what they did was designate a geographic area, and her house does fall. Finally, after a meeting that I attended, that we've attended with the city, we figured out that it was because it's a geographic area that they designated, but not necessarily the age of the house. So the house could have been built in 1990 for all intents and purposes and still be included in the historic preservation area. So her house is kind of a unique house in that regard. The stucco matches the stucco, the color matched the color, everything that she did other than maybe the gabled roof matched her house. And certainly it was a higher vestibule, but there are examples she gave where there are houses built in that time frame and certainly meet that requirement. The biggest problem that we have, I see from a legal perspective, is that there's no designation of what the requirements are. It's ambiguous. The only requirements that exist are titled John S. Park. They're not even for this neighborhood, and those, if you look at them, don't have any kind of real description other than basically what the Historic Preservation Committee decides. It's not. There's no guidelines specifically to follow, and so it becomes very difficult to know exactly what can be built. I mean, 5 years from now, the committee sitting up there may like what she has up there, and it may be okay. So unless there's specific guidelines that can be followed to know exactly what's going on, when you have other houses built in that era that have the same type of entry, to simply deny it, and then the reasons for denial are kind of, vague. I mean, and so we're dealing with a situation where you're saying it's got to be black and white, but there's no black and white, and so it's a feeling. So that's why we're here today, because she did make the applications prior to beginning building it. Where she's licensed is in Chicago. Sometimes it can take quite a while to get a building permit there. That's what she was used to, that you just go ahead and start, and then the inspector comes in and starts looking and doing what they need to do. So she built this because for her safety. That's the whole point of her presentation prior, was that she needed to get this thing done so she could live in her house. And so that's where we sit today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mack. All right, let's hear from Historic Preservation, Dr. Seabrandt and.
Thank you, Diane Seabrandt, for the record, the Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Las Vegas, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation for this that will address some of the questions that have been brought up. If we have that PowerPoint. So I'll start with, my first slide does show well, we don't have it. I do have a.
Okay.
we have the power? Okay, because I really need the visuals in order to show Madam Mayor and the council. So let me just start, though, while we sort this out, of how this works. So when somebody is in our historic district, and that is either a district, residence in the district, or individually listed property, it is marked with, we call an H for historic in our zoning. And when a person applies for a building permit, then I am alerted that somebody has applied for a building permit in a historic designated area. At that time, I either email, I call, and put in our system a message that says, you are in a historic area. Before you can get your building permit, you have to get a certificate of appropriateness. You fill out the application. I provide them with information as far as how to do that, and that if it's a major work, it does have to go in front of our Historic Preservation Commission. Oh, thank you very much. The slides are up here. And it is true that the applicant may not have known she was in a historic area, but once the building permit is applied for and before work can start, I alert them that they have to go through this process. And so here's the Beverly Green Historic District. Now, it's not the entire neighborhood that is a historic district, and I appreciate the examples of houses that were built in the same time frame, but none of those houses are within the historic district. They may be from the same era, but they are not in the historic district, so they are not bound by the guidelines of our Title 19. The star is marking 1819 Beverly Way. That shows it is in the middle of the historic district. And yes, there was some confusion about adding this house that was built in 1973. However, it was listed initially by parcel number, not by address, and so I had to do a little bit more research to ensure that it actually was in our historic district, because I wanted to work with the applicant to make sure we weren't asking her to do something that was not needed. And we did find the documentation that not only did the then homeowner, Joyce Perlman, agree to conclude her property in the historic district, our guidelines are that 51% of the homeowners agree to be in the district. So even if you don't agree to want your house in the district, and if it's older than, it's not as old, 50 years old or older, if it is 51% of homeowners agree, then it is the historic district. So this is 1819 Beverly Way, and the way that a historic district is determined is we do surveys. Historic resource surveys, we hire cultural resource management firms to do surveys of the area. They go out into the area, they take photographs, they research the history of the properties, and they provide reports that say these properties are significant to place on the historic register, or they're not historically significant to place on the register. So it was a 3-phased survey that started in March of 2009, and the image here is listed March 2009 is when the survey started, is when this is how the house looked. The survey was completed, and in September of 2016, the city went through the process of placing the historic district on the register, and that process does include, of course, approval by the Historic Preservation Commission, approval by the Planning Commission, and final approval by the City Council. And this was approved by City Council on September 21st of 2016. And then this is the house just a few months after that. That still looks like it did when it was surveyed. It maintains its character. And the other reason why this house was included within a district, not only because the then owner agreed, is even though it is 1973, it still emulates the mid-century modern ranch style that is prevalent through that historic district. And most of the properties in that district are this ranch style. So I just want to show that throughout the years that it was maintained. Yes, the house was painted blue. However, that is not something that is in our ordinance that we can prevent. Somebody can paint their house the color they wish to paint it. But you see, it's still, there are no exterior alterations. There is nothing that's changed the physical structure of the building or the house. February 22, 2022, it still looks the same. And as the applicant said, according to Clark County records, she did purchase the house in September of 2018. So during this time, yes, the house still did appear the same. We received our first complaint in May of 2022 that a structure, an addition vestibule with metal gates, was added to the house, and this is on the Canosa side of the property. It's Beverly Way and Canosa. I alerted code enforcement at that time, per our procedures. I have to alert code enforcement, let them know that we checked our system, there was no building permit submitted. If a building permit had been submitted, I would have been alerted, and I would have contacted the applicant to let her know the process she needed to go through. So code enforcement was able to get out there by June 7th, and if you see on the May 16th photo, the addition is partially constructed. You have drywall, you have wood, you have the metal gates, there's a window, and then by June 7th, the stone cladding was added to the property. And June 7th is when code enforcement visited the property, and it was also at this time when, again, I sent an email to the applicant saying you need to do a certificate of appropriateness application in order to have this work approved by our Historic Preservation Commission. So I just do want to emphasize that the building permit was not submitted until June 7th. And that was the first time the building permit was issued after this was already constructed. And by June 27th, it appears that the property the house had already been completely built. And so Mr. Mack had already cited the denial from the Historic Preservation Commission, which after several phone calls and emails and an in-person meeting, the applicant did finally submit a certificate of appropriateness application, and that was on April 22nd of 2023. And she appeared before the HPC meeting on May 24th, 2023, and they did deny it for the same reasons. The height of the addition is taller than the original doorway. The asphalt shingles do not match the color of the shingles on the house. The gabled roof doesn't match the hip roof. The black iron gates don't match the existing doors and windows. The cladding does not match, and the scroll work does not match. And then the property the building does not meet the setback requirements. So I just want to go back and show this is the house in 2017 when it was approved to be on the register as part of that historic district, and as it looks now, it has lost its mid-century modern ranch look. It is no longer a mid-century ranch look, which does not match or conform to the characteristic of that neighborhood. Now, we are not insensitive to security concerns. So these are houses within the district. Note the house on Bonita Avenue has a security gate and security fence that is appropriate, and if the applicant would like to build something similar to this, to bring forth back to the Historic Preservation Commission for approval. And the house, before it was altered, did have the same exact or similar look to these two properties that are in the historic district. So we do recommend that the HPC denial is upheld and that the owner request a pre-application meeting with myself as the Historic Preservation Officer to discuss the submittal of a new certificate of appropriateness for improvements that are reflective of the mid-century modern design materials that conform to the historic character of the Beverly Green Historic District. If the appeal is granted, all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes as required by the Building and Safety Division. In addition, the applicant will be required to submit a variance application prior to the issuance of building permits. And again, I would just like to reemphasize, if the procedure had been done correctly, the applicant would have sat down with me, she would have shown me her proposed designs. I would have advised her of the proper way to conform to the historic character of the neighborhood. And by the time we go to the Historic Preservation Commission, hopefully they would also agree to approve it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there
Mayor,
any questions? Well, I'd like to ask, first of all, before we go to public hearing, do you have any questions for the applicant, or we also have an attorney with us?
And Mayor, that's if you may, this is Jim Lewis. I was going to ask Ms. Wolfson maybe to close the loop on this question regarding development standards and guidelines.
I was first going to ask Ms. Wolfson to introduce herself, because as lovely as she is standing there, we don't know who she is or why she is there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As much as I enjoy attending these city council meetings, I am here with a purpose. Regarding the...
And you are?
Oh, I apologize. I am a deputy city attorney for the city of Las Vegas. I also am the city attorney who attends and represents the commission for the Historic Preservation Commission meetings.
And your first name and last name are?
Rebecca Wolfson.
Thank you. Okay.
So, thought I said that to begin with.
Okay,
apparently
please.
Not. There were some statements made by the applicant's attorney, Mr. Mack, regarding these design guidelines. It should be noted that Title 19 does not necessarily require there to be design guidelines. However, if there aren't, it is to conform to such established or recognized standards as the HPC deems appropriate. It's also my understanding that regardless, anything within the historic overlay or designation must comply with the Secretary of Interior standards, which, of course, Dr. Seabrandt is very familiar with and would absolutely help any applicant understand if they come forward with an HPC Certificate of Appropriateness application. Just to note that all of this had been completed prior to any submission for a Certificate of Appropriateness or a building permit application. And again, we are here just regarding the vestibule that was built and the Certificate of Appropriateness denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, anything else you want to add to Ms. Wilson's comments?
No, Ms. Wilson did a great job, and I don't want to prolong this anymore, so I'll just turn my microphone off.
Thank you. All right,
Your
is
Honor,
this
if I
a
may-
public hearing? Do we have anyone from the public? I'll get back to you one sec. Anyone from the public who wishes to comment on Agenda 69 on Beverly Glen? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. Now back to you, Mr. Mack.
Thank you. Stephen Mack on behalf of the applicant. Your Honor, I do have two letters of the neighbors, approval of what was done.
Okay, we'll
so
give
I
them
wanted
to the
submit
clerk for
those
the record.
For the record.
Okay.
And just addressing again the mid-century, the mid-century look. If that's what they're looking for, the examples that we gave with vestibules are mid-century look. So I'm still a little confused because there isn't one in the neighborhood, then it's still mid-century modern is what they're talking about. The second part is we don't really deal with the color of the house, yet they deal with the color of the tiles on the roof. So I'm just confused, and I think that creates, that's what I'm talking about. There's nothing in any of this Title 19 or anything of exactly what a vestibule, if you're going to have a vestibule that is mid-century modern, what it's supposed to look like, what dimensions it can have.
And I think with all deference to what you're going to, I think Dr. Seabrandt said there, and Ms. Wolfson also said that going a different direction, asking for advice, those things could perhaps have been worked through. So I want to make sure that there are no questions from council here. Yes?
I don't know if you want to.
Well, what I wanted to do is get down to Councilwoman Diaz on this, because I think we understand, I think we can understand everything that you have presented, but then again, being not Chicago and having our ordinances, recommendations, everything else, the key is knowing this neighborhood for a long, long time and having been here since the 60s. I understand why that area has been so designated. So it is through the questions, the designations that you might have clarity on, and to find out also from planning if there anything else. So please, if you have the question or comments, and we'll get to you after Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Just a number of questions. You say that you're a licensed GC.
Yes.
And it's very hard for me to understand how a licensed GC doesn't feel as though that you would just build this and then sort of pray for forgiveness later. we do get people who come in that are unaware of what is, maybe what the rules and regulations are, and there's mitigating circumstances. But it'd be like saying to Mr. Mack, who comes in and says, who's an attorney, oh, I didn't know the law. You're a GC, according to you. And it seems as though the reasoning that I didn't hear back from anybody at the city doesn't seem to give you the right to just move forward with the project. I mean, we're all governed by the same standards, including myself in my home for what we do. And so you didn't pull a building permit until June 27th. And did you know that when you purchased this home, you said you hadn't seen it before you purchased this sight unseen, that it was in a historic preservation neighborhood?
Wow, did I leave out a really big part? Thank you. I actually, when I did the permits to change the slope of the public way sidewalks, I cannot remember his name at the top of my mind right now. I do have his card. I've got pictures of his card on my phone. And I went through this with him about adding security doors, and he didn't think it would be much of a thing. And if you're questioning me about that, I'm happy to send you the recorded call.
No, my question was simple. Did you know, you said you purchased a home sight unseen. Mm-hmm. When you purchased the home, did you know that it was in a historic preservation area?
No, and I wouldn't assume that it would be, given that it wasn't 50 years old or any of the parts of the criteria that make up it's not a landmark or any of the number of itemized things that you're supposed to be.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I find it hard. We have a historic preservation committee for a reason. We've hired Dr. Sebring years ago to ensure that we are copacetic as we move across the spectrum of the city in our historic preservation areas. And the city has invested a lot of money into our historic preservation, and so we really believe that it's important, obviously. And if you come in and build this, and then you come back and say, oh, I didn't know, or I didn't hear back from anybody, or I didn't know, I mean, anybody else behind you could do the same thing. And so I'm not sold on the fact that you didn't know. And if you didn't know, then you probably should have known, especially being a licensed GC. So it's hard to have a lot of empathy for you when this is your profession. This is what you say you do.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had a comment, question, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Brown, this is for you. I just wanted to clarify, because maybe I'm not hearing it correctly, but when you do apply for that building permit, it automatically triggers your response?
Yes, that is correct. Diane Sebring for the record. Once a building permit is submitted, then it alerts me, and I know that somebody wants to do something, an alteration to a historic property, and that is when I contact the applicant.
And then for Mr. Lewis, since you're down there, the standard process for anybody doing work within the city that requires a permit is they apply for the permit before they start the work. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this point, any other comments that you have to make on this? Any concluding before I turn this over to Councilwoman Diaz? Anything to add? I think we have a sense of what's going on. So please, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank Ms. Krivickas. Obviously, she has made a significant improvement with the ownership of the house. We have so many similar struggles in my ward. I completely understand what you inherited, so I do have complete understanding of that. I want to thank her for her work with the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association for putting the alley on our radar. I know that we're still continuing to work through the best path for that alley to bring the best optimal win for the neighbors and the entire community. And I know that we've been sending our maintenance crews through that alley, and we've been trying to make sure that nothing that is going to impact our neighbors negatively continues to happen. So we're going to brighten up lights, and there's still some things in the works. So I just wanted to let you know, as a city, we are being responsive to the community's needs in terms of that alleyway you mentioned that is causing a lot of issues. Obviously, this issue came to us as a city because the neighbors reported the work happening at your home in May. the unfortunate reality of purchasing a home back in 2018 in this historically designated neighborhood, which was designated in 2016, is that it does come with an extra buffer of limitations to the homeowners as to what they can and can't do to their property because you're part of that registry. It's very important to the neighbors to make sure that they're continuing to keep the essence and the ethos of the mid-century modern vibe in their community, and that's why they alert us. We're constantly being alerted by our community saying they're modifying, altering, changing things. Can you look into it? Obviously, when I look at the amount of work that was done in May of 2022, and you apply for a permit to build in June, the process is backwards. Just like we have to call before we dig, we need to do our due diligence and call and sit down with the experts and get briefed, because Dr. Seabrandt could have avoided a lot of the frustration and the investment and the time so that there could be a win-win. We're not negating the fact that as a homeowner you should do things to protect your selves and your homes, but there is a process that we have to adhere to, and that process is applying for the certificate of appropriateness, getting the blessing from the Historic Preservation Commission, and then moving forward with your permit in hand to do the work. And so unfortunately, we didn't follow that process. We didn't follow those guidelines. Councilman Creer is on point with his question, and being in this space, we shouldn't ever build without having that permit in hand. And obviously, Councilman Knudsen just stated with our legal team supporting it that we shouldn't be doing work until we have a permit in hand. And so that's why I can't look the other way on this matter. We need to make sure that our community is aware. If you live in Beverly Green, if you live in John S. Park, you must stick to the process that is established. And the argument about there not being a lot of consistency as to what you could do, we're actually working right now. We've contracted some folks to help us develop some guidelines and standards about windows and doors and everything else. So that is coming down, because we are hearing a lot of people jumping the gun, trying to get it done, and then trying to come back and beg for forgiveness. But we do need to follow this process in order to keep that neighborhood's just historic preservation efforts alive. And so with that, I am going to make the motion to...
May I respond to that?
I think we gave you... well, I'll defer to my legal counsel. Mr. Lewis, is this a time for back and forth, or is this a time to just...
Well, Councilman, normally in the process, we let the appellant speak. They get to talk. They let their legal counsel speak. We then speak.
Well, I think it is the chair that I am running the meeting. It would be my decision, and I think we've given you ample time. I think that you've met with Councilwoman Diaz, and out of respect just for everything that's been presented here and the amount of time, I think you just go ahead and make your motion, and that will be it.
Okay. So it will be my motion to deny the appeal and uphold the Historic Preservation Commission's finding. And I know, Mr. Floyd, we have to give a window of time optimally to rectify and cure the situation. So I'm looking to you for guidance on completing my motion.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. Seth Floyd for the record. So because this originated with a code enforcement case, that code enforcement case is currently on pause pending the outcome of the hearing. If the motion passes and the appeal is denied, I think a reasonable time, I think 90 days is probably sufficient before to allow the applicant to remedy the situation. There's a couple of ways she could do that, and we can talk offline about that if she'd like to, but 90 days, and then we can restart the code enforcement action if it's not addressed, removed, or resolved by that time.
Now, you are giving 90 days for the completion of which we know nothing at this point, so 90 days to respond to code enforcement and the city and councilwoman?
Yeah, so Mayor, Seth Floyd for the record at this time. I mean, unless there is a modification to the work consistent with what Dr. Seabrandt showed on her last, I think they're still up here, or maybe it was her last slide. The only way to remedy the code enforcement case at this time would be to remove the structure, and that's why I was suggesting the 90 days to give her sufficient time to remove it.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please
Does that
post.
suffice for the motion, Mr. Lewis?
Absolutely. Your motion was, just as I recall, to deny the appeal and uphold the HPC decision of denial.
And post,
And giving
please.
the applicant the 90 days to remove the structure or work something out with Dr.
Councilwoman
Seabrandt.
Bruni. Oh, she's not here. She stepped away. Oh, there you were. Sorry. There it is. And that has passed as a denial. So you have 90 days to proceed and be in touch with code enforcement at this point. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Wolfson. Thank you, Dr. Seabrandt. Thank you both, Mr. Mack, as well. Appreciate your coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Agenda 70, A, B, C, D. 220483 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 5.83 acre portion of 16.89 acres, south side of Centennial Parkway, approximately 675 feet west of Alpine Ridge Way. 70A 220483 GPA 1 from L low density residential to ML medium low density residential. 70B 220483ZON1 from U undeveloped L low density residential general plan designation to RCL single family compact lot. 70C 220483VAR to allow connectivity ratio of 1.00, where 1.30 is required and not standard cul-de-sacs, where a standard cul-de-sac or hammerhead terminus is required. And number 70D 220483 TMP1 tentative mass Centennial and Chambers single family residential for a 40-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Umar Malik, and the owner is the United States of America. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 4 with Councilwoman Alan Polensky in our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Yes.
Yes, Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard.
And you are the representative?
I'm with Tanny Engineering. I'm representing the owner, Umar Malik.
Okay, wonderful. And let's turn over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The subject site is located within Area B of the interlocal agreement, which requires residential development with a minimum buildable lot size of 10,000 square feet. The proposed RCL zoning district will allow 3,000 square foot lot sizes, which do not conform to the interlocal agreement minimum buildable lot size for lot area B and are not compatible with the existing adjacent residential developments. As such, the requested variance and associated waiver further reinforce the unsuitability of the site for the proposed development. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the project and all associated applications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to make some comments to your project, please?
Yes. First, I'd like to draw your attention to where the site's located. The site is a very unique shaped parcel located abutting the 215 Beltway. Centennial to the north, it's like a sliver piece of property. The only access to the property from public right-of-ways through a street called Launchpad, which is located right here. We're proposing to take and build a residential development, if you could zoom out just a little bit, that connects to Launchpad and then has a street that runs north-south with a turnaround for fire access at the south end of the property. We went through several neighborhood meetings on this property, and as a result have agreed to multiple different conditions on the property. As a result of those neighborhood meetings, I'd like to read some of those conditions and point them out on the site plan that we have here today. We had started with more lots than this. It was 40 lots we had started with. Today, the site plan before you is at 34 lots. We have increased the minimum square footage of the lots along the east and the south boundaries to a minimum of 6,500 square feet. Some of these lots go upwards of 8,500 square feet in size. We've agreed to build single-story homes all along the south and the east boundary of the site. We have agreed to the addition of a landscape buffer. You'll see the trees that we're planting along the east and the south boundary. There will be at least 2 trees planted in every single rear yard along those boundaries, if not more. They're spaced out at approximately 20 to 30 feet all the way around the property, providing additional buffering from the adjacent neighbors. We have one little common element park that's about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. We're going to leave this open, and it's adjacent to our proposed public streets. If the neighborhood, if someone wanted to walk their dog and have, utilize this area, it will be open and utilized for anyone who lives in the community who may want to utilize that area. Recently, we have just agreed today, if it's acceptable to the city, to build an 8-foot high CMU wall along this boundary here, which is the east boundary south of Launchpad, and the south boundary along the site here, to provide additional buffering from the adjacent neighbors. One of the things that this property, being a remnant parcel from when the Beltway was put in, had drainage facilities, a concrete drainage facility in this location. Here there's a drainage facility, it's natural, and it's got trees and landscaping in it. And on the adjacent property over here, there's concrete in this one. We've agreed to work with the neighborhood, if this does get approved, to try to vacate these areas of drainage that are not needed and help the adjacent property owners regain their land that currently is not needed for drainage at all anymore. With that, I'm going to conclude my presentation. I know there are some neighbors here. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions the city staff may have or the city council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so those neighbors, feel free, please come on up and state your name for the record and make your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Timothy O'Brien. I live at 6277 Galileo Drive, which is a subdivision east of this proposed development. When the original card was received by all of our residents in our development also on the east to the north of us, and the development on the existing development on the south, we drafted up a letter of opposition to the proposal. Primarily, reasons being, like staff already recommended, denial because of the interlocal agreement. As the staff already reiterated, the interlocal agreement calls for 10,000 square foot lot minimum size and a housing density of 3.5. The proposal, as is now, results in a density of 5.83, if I'm not mistaken. So we did, as Mr. Cunningham said, I do have copies of the letter of opposition, which I'd like to submit for the record.
If you would, to our clerk, please.
I'm not sure how many copies you want. No, you're copies of.
And how many signatures are on the copy, or is it just the copy of what went out?
The copies of all the signatures are attached.
Okay.
For the 3 subdivisions, we had 95+% of all the residents signing this. This letter was brought up at the different neighborhood meetings. The reason we didn't have 100% is because some people just weren't present at the time. We did, as Mr. Cunningham said, they have come to several concessions, which we are glad to see, but we are still opposed to the smaller lot size. We would like to see the bigger lot size. Mr. Cunningham stated that there is some lots that I think are 8,000 square foot plus. I believe in looking at that, which I just seen this plat since I've been here today, because this is a new design. I think there are only 2 lots that are 8,000 or a little over 8,000, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 maybe. We would like to see lot size closer to the 10,000 square foot minimum, like was already said by staff, so it would be consistent with the adjacent existing developments already in existence, and also so it would not impact negatively our housing values. So 8,000 square foot lots, if all the lots would be a minimum of 8,000 square foot, that would be acceptable. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down waiting. Anyone else from the public? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. I do want to ask a question from planning where the denial. On that western piece that abuts the 215, is there how high is that wall on the 215 going north? And those homes, how many in that little sliver? What are the number of homes that are in there on the west side of the property being proposed?
So, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. So this would be on the lower side of the 215. I'm not sure what the wall heights from that might already exist out on that thing.
But those houses, they enter from the ones that are but the 215, the north-south inside the property, their access, so it's their rear side that hangs over on and looks at the 215. Yes, these little ones that are all yes.
They would be looking up at the 215.
So how many are there?
I believe there's 13. I'll double check here.
Okay, well, I mean, that's approximation. And so on the west side of that entire, those are single story or
These are
two-story?
single story, correct.
No.
These are 21 homes over here, I just counted.
Okay, and they are two-story?
Those would be 2-story homes, yes.
And the entry into the home is from the east on those right abut it, yes?
Correct, they would
Okay.
face the street here,
And
and this
so
would be their
my
backyard.
concern is then, at the 215, does the 215, is that just wash along the 215, between the 215 and the west side of all those homes? Rocks.
Yeah, this is, the 215 is depressed, and so this is the cul-de-sac. We're looking out towards the 215. You can see the bridge right here crossing.
Okay.
And so you can't even see the 215 here. They would build at least a 6-foot wall abutting the 215, if not higher, in the rear yard.
Okay. And so it is that open, raw desert that you are looking to build on right up to the 215?
Correct. It goes right up to the 215, yes.
Okay. So at this point, questions, comments for council before I turn it over to Councilwoman Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm discussing here with my colleague about the potential of putting landscape buffer between the homes on the west side of the project that abut the 215. Was that ever discussed in planning?
No, if you'd like, what we could do is add additional landscaping along this side and the rears like we're doing on these two sides. So then there would be trees all the way around the perimeter of it in every single person's yard.
I think that'd be a great addition, and I appreciate the increased size of the trees that abut the homes on the right and on the south. I do think when we're trying to make as many people possible as possible when we do this, I appreciate that you've come to the table and reduced the number of units, that all the adjacency to the homes are, of course, one story. And while I don't live very far from this area, of course, it's in Ward 4, increased density that abuts the 215 is somewhat natural. If there are any other concerns from any of the members of the council, and apparently there's a condition for the wall coming up. Mr. Lowenstein, do you have any commentary on that or insight?
Through you, Madam Mayor, sure. I have two conditions that I'm drafting right now. One to deal with the additional landscaping, the other deal with the wall height. So as I have it at the moment, The first condition would be the developer shall construct an 8-foot tall perimeter wall along the southern property line and the eastern property line south of Launchpad Avenue, as the applicant has already stated at the beginning of his presentation. The second condition I have crafted is the developer shall include landscaping equivalent to that depicted on the landscape plan along the east property line to also be used along the west property line adjacent to the 215.
One point of clarification, if Mr. Cunningham could address the wall and the area of land, if you could be more clear for the record, the area of land on the south and east side that can potentially be reclaimed by the neighbors.
Sure.
That wall is going to be presumably help delineate the extra area that the homeowners to the east and to the south will reclaim.
Certainly. So there's a concrete drainage channel, not on our property, on the adjacent channel, or adjacent property north of Launchpad. It's this area right here. This area will no longer be needed for drainage. With our development, we'll have a street to convey flow. The area that is located south of Launchpad is just landscaping now, but it's this area on the adjacent property as well. And then south of our site, there's actually a concrete channel that was built here. These are the areas, they're not on our property, they're on adjacent properties that we would work with the adjacent neighbors and the city staff, if acceptable, to have any drainage easements relinquished or vacated, and then work with the neighbors on eventually, when we develop this or this site gets developed, notifying them of when it'd be developed so that we could have coordination if walls, they wanted to extend walls, maybe the same contractor that was building walls on this could work with them to contract to build walls and enclose their additional area of their property that they would have.
Mr. Lowenstein, do you think it's necessary to put in the condition that the wall will take place on the north and west side of the drainage?
As the condition was drafted, it will cover both of those areas.
Okay. Okay.
And just for clarity, those conditions will be placed on the tentative map, which is 70D.
Decent dog, right? Okay. Okay, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman, before you make a motion, I just am curious. I keep looking at the ones that are abutting those 21 structures that are going to abut the freeway, noise, everything. Now, those are residences that are going to be sold or rented? What are they?
These would be homes for sale.
For sale. And what is the floor level square footage of the ones that abut the 215? How big the floor? You said you're going up 2 floors.
Correct. The developers are in talks with have homes that range from 2,200 square feet upwards to almost 3,000.
At one level?
On 2 levels right here.
Okay.
The
So
one level ones I'm not familiar with how big those get at this time.
And an estimate, which nobody can do today because who knows what's going to cost anything.
Sure.
What is the estimate of projected now of the sale of one of those?
Of the 2-story ones?
Yes.
I've been told somewhere in the $500,000 range to start.
And then the wall on that side is what, Mr. Lowenstein, or just planters? On the west side of the 2-story homes?
So as in the presentation, there will be a perimeter wall of 6 to 8 foot in height. And then in addition to that, the developer will be installing landscaping equivalent to what's on the eastern side, also along the western side for visual mitigation and noise mitigation.
So mitigating noise from the ever-growing traffic on the 215 is a 6-foot-high wall high enough to do anything?
Mayor, Jorge Cervantes, City Manager.
Thank you.
So the 215 behind there is depressed about 20 feet. And that's the reason when the county built that, they didn't build a sound wall because the road was depressed. The slope of the 215 creates the sound buffer.
Okay, so the noise going up, since it's depressed.
Right.
Is somewhat mitigated.
It's mitigated, yes.
Okay, thank you. There you are. You just have to ask somebody who knows. Wonderful. Thank you, back to you.
Okay, if it pleases the mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'd like to move to approve items 70, A through D with the conditions Mr. Lowenstein mentioned, the two conditions mentioned in regards to landscaping and 8-foot wall. Oh, for the record, Mr. Cunningham, do you accept the two conditions?
Yes, we accept those conditions. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'd like to move item number 70, A through D, with the accepted conditions on 70D. Thank you.
Thank you. So vote, please vote, and please post. The motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, we're at 71, that's 71 A, B, and C. 230050 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 3.03 acres, northwest corner of Vegas Drive and Simmons Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. 71A 230050 VR1 to allow 144 parking spaces where 193 are required. 71B 230050 SUP1 for proposed mixed-use development. Number 71C 23050 SDR1 proposed three-story mixed-use development with 112 multifamily residential units and a 7,403 square foot of commercial floor area, including convenience store, fuel pumps, and a canopy with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements, residential adjacency standards, and building orientation standards. Okay. The applicant owners, the Golden Apartments LLC, the Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5 of Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hi.
Yes, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here on behalf of Golden Market, which operates 5 stores in the valley. Is it my turn to talk, or do
Yes,
I wait
no,
for
you'll
Seth?
go ahead, and then we'll turn over to Mr.
Okay.
Floyd. Please.
Golden Market bought this property that is located at the terminus of Simmons Street, which is a 100-foot arterial that travels from the northern boundary of Aliante. Bus Route 119 travels from Aliante through to Mandalay Bay, and it passes by the site twice hourly. And this is for context as to the nature and the character of the of this area. Advanced Technologies Academy is across the street, and a WOW car wash was recently approved at the third corner of the intersection. The site is approximately 1,000 feet west of Rancho Drive. The site is zoned C1, which allows for construction of a fueling station administratively. However, our thought process was that the land is best used when we can bring infill housing to the site that will also function as an intervening use between the proposed fueling station and the existing RCL residential to the north. We've worked with the planning commissioners to reduce the bulk of the buildings, of the residential buildings. We've reconfigured the housings to a form that actually presents as less imposing to the existing residential than if we had matched the zoning held by the houses to the north, which is RCL. The site is designed to provide the general public access to a lot that meets code, and meanwhile the residents are provided a private lot with at least one space per unit in a secure area. Overnight guests have access to the general lots, which are underused during the lesser business hours. And I'll keep it short. To close, we think mixed use is a preferable choice for the C1 parcel. We've formed a thoughtful and functional design given the infill constraints. We accept all the conditions imposed at Planning Commission, and we're happy to bring new housing to the area. We ask for your favorable recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, traditional mixed-use development provides commercial on the entire first floor and residential units on the floors above. Alternatively, this proposed project provides a mixture of both residential and commercial on the first floor. And while the proposed project is an infill project that provides much-needed residential, there is an associated variance for parking and residential adjacency that staff is not able to support and therefore recommends denial of the variance, special use permit, SDR, and the SDR. Thank you.
Thank you. The lack of extra parking with so much retail in there, can you explain why, what the thought process is there?
The thought process was, throughout the last 5 years, I've seen consistently a rate of 1 parking space per unit. We exceed that. We have more than 1 parking space per unit right within the secure parking area, plus an overflow area. I also analyzed the proposed changes to parking within the county. We meet that. We also meet the Henderson Parking Code. And most interestingly, the parking ratio that we have is very comparable to Oric here in Symphony Park. So we're confident that we do have enough.
And are these all 1-bedroom or studio 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom? What are you looking at here in the different complexes?
All the sites, all of the units on the interior of the footprint are 1-bedrooms, and then the 4 anchor units are 2 bedrooms in each building. What we had done at the Planning Commission level is on the upper 2 buildings that are next to the residential, we're only developing this portion of the 3rd story. So we basically have 2.5 stories, and the upper level, the 3rd story unit in these 2 buildings are going to be 3-bedroom units, each with at least 2 terraces, 2 doors, windows on every side, or at least 2 sides, some of them 3, recessed balconies to just have a more elegant transition to the bulk of the buildings and the existing residential area. And so to answer your questions, we have 1-bedrooms, we have 2 bedrooms, and we have 3 or 4 3-bedroom units, all with terraced and daylighted outdoor areas.
Okay, thank you. This is public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to comment on agenda items 71 through A, B, and C? I'll close public hearing and let's hear from anyone. Any comments here? Yes, please, Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just have some concern with the fuel pumps located so closely to 112 apartment units. So is there any requirement about distance separation from fuel pumps to residents in code? And I guess, does it meet that requirement?
Through you, Madam Mayor, off the top of my head, I do not believe there is. If you give me a moment, I'll just double check. But for fueling stations, there typically hasn't been. It's usually ones with more of the secondary impacts, such as alcohol and gaming and things of that nature. But I'll take a quick look while the conversation continues.
Okay. And is there going to be alcohol and gaming at this convenience store?
We would have to apply for a use permit at a later date, and at that point in time, the proximity to the school, we would have to request a waiver. But we do, I imagine we will ask for it at a later date.
Okay, and have you considered any sort of mitigation measures for the fuel pumps being so close to 112 apartments?
Right. The Department of Environmental Protection has codes in there, such as mechanisms around the nozzles themselves to make sure that the
exhaust fumes
that is controlled. But again, our main priority was to have an intermittent use in between the existing residential, so they are not disturbed by any errant light, noise, etc., and fumes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And the one last thing I would add to you, I'm not even questioning, but consideration of Christmas future charging stations at your parking, which I'm sure, you know, that cost is something that every single complex now has to undertake, throwing into the mix of your return on your dollar.
Thank you for asking that. I'm very happy that you did. Planning Commissioner asked that same question, and our applicant was very flexible. He drew it on the plan right here, the charging station.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Greer, I guess Questions are yours.
Nope, no questions. I like this project. I think it's great. Thank you for coming in and meet with me. I'm going to make a motion to approve items 71A, B, and C.
There's a motion to approve agenda item 71 through C. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to 72, which is also A, B, and C, 230135, following land use entitlement project request, 0.97 acres at 3900 Melody Lane and 1768 and 1774 Willow Trail, R3, medium density residential zone. Okay. 72A 230135ER1 to allow 37 parking spaces where 40 are required. 72B 230135ESC1 petition to vacate a portion of the east side of Willow Trail between Melody Lane and Spring Road, and number 72C 230135 SDR1 addition of the proposed two-story 12-unit multifamily residential building and site improvements to an existing multifamily residential development containing 4-unit, 9-unit buildings. The applicant owner is Residences at Melody LLC et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use project. Staff recommends denial on 230135ER1, SDR1, and approval on 230135EAC1. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. Liz Sorokak, 8965 Southeastern Avenue here on behalf of the applicant. This project is located in Ward 5. We have Vegas here and Rancho, and it's shown on this overhead in the purple. So currently this was reviewed as a single project, even though the property as it exists right now is 3 separate parcels. We have this L-shaped parcel that has an existing 9 units and a single-family home. We have this corner parcel that has an additional 4 units on it. And then there is a small 5-foot strip of land that goes on the western border, which is subject to the vacation application that's part of this application package. So we have a total of 13 units right now. I'm sorry, total of 12 units right now, and the request is for an addition of 13 units, so that would bring it to a total of 25 rental units on this property. And if the project were approved, we would go through a mapping action to have these 3 separate parcels be combined as one entire parcel. And that really is the vision that my client has had for this property since the beginning. He's owned the L-shaped parcel since 2008 and then acquired this corner parcel in 2017, I believe, with the idea to create one cohesive project. So that is the plan here, and that is the idea of what the project is.
So that is taking down all existing and rebuilding, or it's redoing?
No, Madam Mayor. So the yellow is the existing buildings that will remain.
Okay.
The orange will be the removal of the single-family home that is here right now, and this is where the 12 new units will be, and that's a 2-story building, maximum of 25 feet in height, and it is a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom units that are being offered. This project does have parking variance. It is minor in nature. It's a 3-space parking variance. We're providing 37 spaces where 40 are required. And just based on, again, this client has owned the property for quite some time. Based on the historical use of the parking, they only use about 75% of what is required by code. So I do think there's going to be plenty of parking for this particular development and in line with who their tenants are. They typically have one vehicle per unit.
And these are rental properties?
Correct.
All. And
yes.
How many stories are each of these units?
So the existing buildings are 1 stories, and this new building with the 12 units will be a 2-story of 25 feet.
Okay, well, you're getting apartments.
And we do, I just wanted to put the landscaping up here, although we have a couple of exceptions that are part of the application. They don't exactly meet the code requirements. We are providing alternative landscaping here. And again, we're dealing with a parcel that is already developed, and we're looking to try to redevelopment and do something that's compatible with what's already there and then what's part of the neighborhood. So we do have, the landscaping meets all of the code requirements with the exception of this area on this eastern boundary where we have an existing NV Energy easement that prohibits landscaping. And then we're short a few trees in the parking area, but we are providing a nice shade tree in the middle of the parking area along with some bicycle parking. And we have about an 850 square foot landscaped courtyard, again with the idea of trying to give alternative landscaping and areas that can be used by the residents of this project. So, and then lastly, I'll put up here, this is just a rendering of what the project will look like. And again, you'll see the existing 1-story here with the 4 units and a portion of the existing 1-story behind with the 9 units. And this is the new proposed building with Melody and Willow here. So we, again, we're trying to continue with the idea of completing this project, and the client has made significant improvements to the property over the last 15 years that he's owned it, and they've built a nice little community there that the residents and the surrounding neighbors are appreciative of. So we did obtain an approval at Planning Commission, and we accept all of the if approved conditions and are respectfully requesting your approval here today.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the Department of Public Works considers the subject 5-foot area excess right-of-way and determined that the vacation of this area would not result in any reduced traffic handling capacity, nor would it result in any result in a conflict with any existing city requirements. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the petition to vacate the public right-of-way. Staff finds the proposed 12-unit multifamily residential addition and associated site improvements are out of character with the existing neighborhood, which consists primarily of single-story dwellings. In addition, inadequate parking will be provided and additional refuse facilities will not be provided to accommodate the additional units. Staff therefore recommends denial of the variance and the SDR with conditions if approved. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on 72 A, B, and C? Close public comment and hear from council? Nope. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Wilcock. Thank you very much for coming in and meeting with us, and also congratulations once again on the birth of your newborn.
Oh, thank you very much.
God bless.
And happy birthday.
Thank you. I think this is a great project once again, and it's a beautiful, it's going to be add to the prosperity of the neighborhood. So I'm going to make a motion for approval of 72 A, B, and C.
Wonderful. Wonderful. There's, could you just answer one little question on the map? There was a little building tucked way down in the southwest of the property picture. What was that?
It may be the existing shed that's there is within the parking
okay.
area.
That
will be removed as part of the addition. Sorry.
Okay,
so
no,
really
that's
quickly.
good. Don't even bother. That's it. Yep.
Yeah, it'll be removed as part of the revamping of this parking area on the corner here.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
And if you would please post. And that motion carries. Wonderful. And congratulations. A little boy, a little girl.
Little boy. I have 2 girls at home. The boy is Harrison.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Congratulations his sisters. Okay, we're on to agenda item 73, 210178 SUP1, public hearing, applicant TBC, The Boring Company, owner, City of Las Vegas, possible action on land use entitlement project request for major amendment, previously approved special use permit 200204 SUP1 to project request for major, I read that, to expand a proposed monorail tunnel use generally located beneath the rights-of-way of 4th Street from US 95 to Stewart Avenue, Bonneville Avenue from Main Street to Martin Luther King Boulevard, Bridger Avenue from Main to Las Vegas Boulevard, Charleston Boulevard to Martin Luther King Boulevard to Las Vegas, Commerce from Main to Oakey Boulevard, Desert Inn Road from Interstate 15 to Valley View, Grand Central from City Parkway to I'm getting the lines mixed up. I think I just said it, Bonneville Main Street from Ogden to US 95, Martin Luther King Boulevard, Bonneville to Interstate 15, Oakey Boulevard, Ogden Avenue from Main to City Parkway, Paradise City Parkway, Paradise Road from Sahara to St. Louis, Rancho Drive from Interstate 15, Palace Station to Desert Inn, Robin Leach Lane from World Market Center to the Smith Center, Sahara from Valley View Boulevard to Commercial Center, St. Louis Avenue from Paradise Road to Las Vegas Boulevard, Valley View Boulevard, from Desert Inn Road to Sahara Avenue, Wyoming Avenue, Oakey Boulevard, Martin Luther King Boulevard to Las Vegas Boulevard, Interstate 15, from Martin L. King Boulevard, Oakey Boulevard to Ranch Drive, Palace Station, US 95 from 4th Street to Main, Wards 135, Councilman Knutson, Councilman Creer, and Councilwoman Diaz. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and please introduce yourself and tell us what you're up to here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I'm proud to be here today and excited to share an expansion of the Vegas Loop in the city of Las Vegas. Before I get into the map that's actually on your agenda for the expansion, just quickly I want to give you an update on a reminder of what the system is, and then just an operational update for the council and the public. So the Loop transportation system is an express underground zero emission public transportation system where you ride in Teslas through the tunnels. So it's all electric vehicles. Currently it's drivers that drive the electric vehicles through the tunnels, and it's an express system. And what I mean by express is it's not like a subway where you stop at a bunch of stops along the way. It goes directly from point A to point B and saves a lot of time in doing so, where other transportation systems are not express like our system. The passengers are transported in Tesla Models X's and Y's, and as I mentioned, all of the vehicles are electric, battery powered with zero emissions. So the system's extremely clean, zero emission, and it's a pleasant opportunity for both the drivers and the passengers with no obstacles or accidents that typically would happen in the system. An operational update for you, the Vegas Loop has 2.2 miles of tunnel currently fully operational. There's 4 subsurface stations and 4 surface stations and 1 subsurface station that are operational. We've had a bunch of success in the 2 years that it's been operational. We just had about 1.2 million passengers that have gone through the system. There's a picture here on this slideshow of the 1 millionth passenger, so that was an exciting moment for both the Vegas Loop as well as the passenger. So lots of success, lots of passengers. They're currently only operating while there's conventions, and the stations are at the convention and then across to Resorts World. Peak capacity in one day has been 32,000 passengers in one day. So they've proven to be able to move a lot of people in a small amount of time. 4,500 passengers in 1 hour, so Again, a lot of people, and the customer experience is rated extremely high, so 4.9 out of 5 on the average for the passengers that have ridden in the system and their satisfaction with the system, which is exciting. So now, to share with you the map that's on your agenda, we have a proposed expansion within the city of Las Vegas. This map includes Clark County and the city of Las Vegas. It shows 81 stations and 68 miles of tunnel, so it's a real significant plan here. The blue is the proposed additions in the city of Las Vegas, which is a little difficult to see on this aerial, but there is a light blue area here. What we're proposing would in total be about 21 stations in the city of Las Vegas. 4 of those would potentially be civic stations, which is exciting. And just to name a few that are on here and the new ones, Area 15, Palace Station, the Medical District, Symphony Park. There are El Cortez, the Downtown Las Vegas Event Center, the English Hotel, and I believe that's just a few of them, but there are a lot of exciting stations in the city of Las Vegas and in this new proposal. The civic stations are up to the city, so wherever we start there with the civic stations, we've been working closely with Mike Jansen and your staff on that, and that'll be an exciting thing for the city as well on city property built by the Boring Company. So we very much appreciate your staff. Mike Jansen's amazing. He's worked very closely with us as well as the rest of your staff, and we appreciate their recommendation of approval and would very much appreciate your approval today as well.
Thank you very much. Let's turn this over to planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. In December of 2020, the City Council approved the special use permit for a proposed monorail, which is the tunnel, as part of the proposed Vegas Loop project. The proposal is part of a large underground transportation system that will ultimately connect downtown Las Vegas to the greater resort corridor, as well as major destinations within the Las Vegas Valley, such as the University of Nevada, Las Vegas main campus, Harry Reid International Airport, and Allegiant Stadium. The Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan encourages the implementation of transportation systems that can move people with higher efficiency, lower economic and environmental costs. As the proposed development supports goals within this plan, staff finds the expanded transportation system will be harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area, and therefore recommends approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public who wishes to make comment? Okay, I'm going to close it and ask for any comments from council, and we'll start with Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was really excited to receive this update. I could identify about 12 new stations that have been added that now are going to be new destinations for the loop to have a safe station and to pick up and drop off folks in the city boundaries. And so I'm just super ecstatic that one, we wish we can now get within minutes to the airport, right? But we're super excited about the possibilities in the future and what this means in terms of providing another mode of transportation. I think not just for folks visiting in our community, but also for residents who may need a different transportation alternative. And I was pleasantly surprised to see your estimated price points, which I thought were within reason of other transportation modes, but love that it's clean and it's user-friendly, and 1.2 million rides in 2 years is pretty impressive. And I know that you guys also have received a high gold standard from Homeland Security in terms of how safe of a system you've developed, because every inch is covered by cameras, and you guys proactively practice exit drills just to make sure everybody knows what to do in the what-if scenario. So just want to say, can't wait to see the actual drilling come through finally on the City of Vegas end.
Okay, I'm going to make my comments and then I'm going to turn them over to you. And I say this, first of all, knowing that our private partners are hopeful and very excited about the future of moving more people. whichever way they can get it. Hopefully, again, much like the monorail did not perform, that it will get to the airport, but certainly provide easy transportation beyond the street level. And they are very enthusiastic and are stating already that, yes, they want a spot. But for the past 5 years since this first came about, having reached out to other cities, there was no city that would undertake this entire project for a variety of reasons. Las Vegas is the first place that this is being undertaken, and this is only for me as one individual, but having sat on the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority Board my entire term, and having researched this, I firstly will say that I find the entire project, I would hope it would work, but there's so many issues with which to deal that I think it's impractical. It is not proven yet. We don't have any raw, real data that's confirmed. I find it unsafe and inaccessible. It is operator-driven, therefore it's not on a rail and cannot move us all safely as we do, which we know going back and forth to the airport and other places. I find it is unsustainable. We're having trouble getting employees to do anything. You're driving 3 people plus the driver in this, and tunnels are one way in each direction. They're 12 feet wide. If this car that you're looking at gets a flat, it backs up all the way. There's no exit. There are no exits along the way. If we have a grid problem, we all know what the problems are with energy. Look at California. So as these go dark or batteries have problems, there are so many issues. I find there aren't exits enough even in the planning. The handicap accommodations aren't there yet either. I think that the cars being battery operated and this not a rail system relies on the individual employee to deliver a safe ride and not bang it side to side and cause a stop for everything. It is I worry very much about the energy in the tunnels. I am claustrophobic, so stuck in the tunnel. I have been in the Holland Tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel, and knowing how many rails are at Grand Central Station and major stations, they're not just one issue in each direction. So I have spoken out at the convention center again and again and again about my own personal beliefs. However, I am going to vote in favor of this extension because of the plea of the hotels and the private sector to move more and more people easily around our southern Nevada community. But I am one who just does not believe this will come to be, certainly not in my lifetime, and hopefully in the lifetime forthcoming. Moving 3 and 4 people at a time does not get this on. We have 180-some thousand people at CES and try to move them one car at a time, and one car stuck. We have a tunnel in each direction. So it is only my truth and my own personal feeling. I want more accessibility. I want to move people more easily, and I'd like it to happen immediately because we need that movement of people now. We have no result yet except back and forth to the resort world and from the convention center. And I am not sure if there has been a battery problem or a crash into a wall, because this is going to be a process to go forward. So I will be voting for it, even though I'm opposed to it, but I am voting for it because of our private constituency who wants to make sure they're for it, and at which point you don't have to make any comment on my comment, it's just me. So please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with a lot of things you talked about, and I love the fact that it's okay to disagree. That's what makes this community great, and that's why this council is so diverse. My first question is on the last slide, there's a pineapple. What is the pineapple?
I asked that too, and I just learned it, actually.
It's a good thing you asked, because I'm very curious.
So the pineapple is, the goal of the company is to move the machine faster than a snail, which the snail is in the pineapple. So apparently it's a cute motto or for them, and internally the machines apparently don't move that fast. So that's the point of the pineapple and the snail inside the pineapple, I guess.
The snail makes sense. The pineapple
I don't know the
didn't explain.
pineapple.
So at some point, I'd like to know that.
I don't know
My only comments on the Boring Company is, like, I think the mayor has a lot of valid points to make. The points that I would make is that's what makes Las Vegas for me is so unique. And for the 18 years that I've been here, which is a drop in the bucket compared to many people who've lived here their entire lives, Vegas is constantly reinventing itself. Our Southern Nevada region is constantly reinventing herself. And as we become not even close, we're dominating in entertainment. That is how we've diversified our economy. I wish a million different ways that we could have diversified our economy in healthcare and science and research, but right now it's entertainment. And I see this as one avenue as positive as being something that brings an element to Las Vegas that makes this different than the rest of the country. The other element that I bring to it is the fact that I sit on the RTC board, which the mayor does as well, and our continued struggle to figure out how we fund transportation at a state level, our continued struggle to figure out how we do fuel revenue index taxing, which pays for a lot of our construction. So this is an opportunity to take vehicles off the road, put them underneath in tunnels that's in support of a private company. And a private company, I think, is ultimately how Las Vegas seems to be going forward, is not with public transit, but with some modified version of a public-private transit operation. And that's my third point, is the city's inventiveness in partnership with the Boring Company around civic stations, I think, is incredibly important. And as we continue to focus all of Nevada's energies and efforts on our tourist community, we have got, as elected officials, we have to start thinking and hopefully continue thinking about how we move around the people that live here. We have hundreds of thousands of people that work throughout our community, and they need ways to access different points within the business community, primarily the Strip, and downtown Las Vegas, where lots and lots of people work. And so as we continue to grow and evolve in this technology, lots of risk associated with it, but that continued pressure, I think, will come from me, is how do we move our local community to and from in an expedient way and in an efficient way, in a way that is productive for all of our community. So I'm very much in support of it. I think, like the mayor said, I do think there are risks associated with it. At this point in time, I think it's a risk that I'm willing to take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, then we'll go ahead and let's see. Yes. Then go ahead and make a motion for approval, please.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve item number 73.
Thank you very much. So if everybody please vote, and you know I am voting because our private sector is involved, so it is a plus.
Mine is waiting, but I'm an aye.
An aye.
It's also great that they hired Ellen Moore Johnson as well as a new
Yes.
president for Boring, so welcome her.
Thank you.
She's a
Wonderful.
former gaming executive.
And we want to meet Elon at some point.
I would love that too.
Okay.
It's not popping up. Aye.
No, it's all right.
Aye, aye.
Just everybody and post, so we're coming. I think it's 100% aye anyway.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Everybody's all involved for it. There it goes. You've got it. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your
it.
support
Thank
and
you.
partnership. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 74. That's 74 A, B, and C. And Councilman Creer. Goodness. Oh, okay.
It's FYI.
Sure. Oh.
I don't know if you got to read it all.
Well, we'll go ahead. 74, 220670, and the following land use entitlement project request on 4.49 acres west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 149 feet south of Vegas Drive, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, number 74A, 220670, SUP1, for proposed car wash, full service auto detailing use, number 74B, 220670, SUP2, for proposed mini storage facility use, and 74C 220670 SDR1 for proposed 28,070 square foot commercial development consisting of 173 unit mini storage facility, car wash, restaurant with drive-through, and commercial shell building with a waiver of building design requirements. Applicant is Sidholm Brothers Company, LLC. The owner is Haji LLC et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. And I was asking, is the applicant present? But I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Creer because.
Yes, Madam Mayor. In conference with the applicant, I'm going to ask for a 60-day abeyance of this item. And that would be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a request for a 60-day abeyance on agenda item 74A, B, and C.
That would be to September 20th?
September 20th? There you go, he says. So orally, how do we do it? Aye? Aye. Oh, there we are. Good. It came. We're still in aye. Okay. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to, wait. 75. 230188 on the following land use entitlement project request, 0.85 acres east side of Jones Boulevard, approximately 250 feet north of Doe Avenue, 75A, 230188 PR1, to allow 35 parking spaces where 98 are required, allow 0 loading spaces where 2 are required. 75B, 230188 SUP1, proposed 720-foot massage establishment use. 75C, 230188 SDR1, proposed one-story, 11,798 square foot commercial development with waivers of Title 19 perimeter landscape buffer requirements. Applicant is SMI Haddad, and the owner is AA Luxury Salons and Suites. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1. Councilman Knutson. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? And you are, sir.
Nasco Balakchiev, 1025 South First Street, representing the ownership.
Okay, thank you very much. And so let's throw this first over to planning, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The applicant is proposing to overdevelop the site as evidenced by the requested 64% reduction in required parking for the commercial site, as well as the waivers from landscape buffer widths, as well as those widths not being able to necessarily support the tree's survivability. The subject site is located within a transit-oriented corridor where walkable and pedestrian-friendly development is desired and street parking is unavailable. The proposed lack of parking and landscaping does not support the city's master plan from transit-oriented corridors or the goal for increased tree canopy to reduce the heat island effect. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir, would you like to go ahead, Mr. Valachi, and tell us about the project?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. We're proposing an 11,798 square foot building at 1506 South Jones Boulevard. We're proposing 35 parking spaces where 98 are required. The building will be divided into 3 individual tenants. These last 2 will be combined into 1 tenant. The tenants consist of an office, a general retail store, and a salon suites as the anchor tenant. And I want to make note that the owner of the property and the developer will also be the tenant within that last space. The reason for the parking count is the Unified Development Code requires 3 parking spaces per beautician station, 2 parking spaces per barber chair, and 2 parking spaces per nail technician. So we feel that doesn't really account for the salon suites business model, which is a fairly new business model. So at the time the code was designed, we were thinking about a barber shop or a nail salon where you've got a room with chairs lined up and everybody's working 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So this type of business is operated by appointment only. So many of the individual tenants within the salon suites will be there a couple times a week or possibly even a couple times a month. So we don't expect the parking demand to be as high as what the code requires. Additionally, we're requesting a couple of landscape waivers on the site. Since our meeting with the Planning Commission, we've actually increased our tree count we're now at 33 trees provided, where 40 are required. We're requesting a landscape buffer reduction along the north and east from 8 feet to 3 feet, along the west from 15 feet to 10 feet, and along the south from 8 feet to 0 feet. And the reason for the south reduction is we originally had an access connection to the neighboring property to the south. We've since removed that and fully planted along the way, but we'd like to keep that waiver in place should that connection ever happen in the future. Additionally, we are requesting a special use permit for 6 of the suites within the salon suites to operate with a massage use. And that's our presentation. To show you a couple of renderings, we're creating a very modern and attractive building that will contribute to the neighborhood and the urban landscape of the area.
Nice desert landscaping. Beautiful. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on 75 ABC, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Daniel Price. I am an owner of one of the businesses directly to the north of this proposed project. The concern that I would like to raise is primarily the parking issue. We, the 8 buildings that are to the north in a small business complex, are concerned that with only 35, we will become overflow parking to this project, and that the parking in our small business complex, we have a doctor's office, an attorney's office, an architectural firm. We are client-facing and customer-facing businesses, and so it would become impractical for us to implement an enforcement scheme that would resolve any of this overflow problem for us. And if it was not such a drastic variance requested, we might be perfectly fine with it, but 35 in place of 98 is substantial. Additionally, we are concerned that while the salon suites model is what's proposed, that building, that business may not forever be that same business type, and then that would only exacerbate the problem that we anticipate. Additionally, we do have some concern with the impact on the heat map, but that's a secondary concern for us as the neighbors to the north.
Okay, thank you very much. So any further comments from planning? Okay. Anyone else public hearing? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Any comments from our council? Nope. Okay, I think it's yours, isn't it, Mr. Knutson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Blockjet, do you mind coming back up? Did you have a chance to talk to the neighbors?
Yes, the neighbors to the north, the other businesses are not opposed to the project, neither is the neighbor to the south, and the residences along the east side, one of them is under construction, the other one appears to be an abandoned home, and the third did not oppose the project.
Okay, what are your thoughts about the comments that were just made by the gentleman?
Well, ultimately, if people don't have anywhere to park here and are parking in adjacent neighborhoods, they're not going to want to come back here to get their haircut or get their nails done or whatever if it's a mess. So ultimately, it's going to be hurting my client, and I don't think it will be hurting the surrounding neighbors. Also, I'd like to bring up that in 2007, there was a 20,000 square foot building approved for this lot. So that's almost twice the size of our proposed building, and it would have had the same amount of parking. I haven't reviewed that plan, but just based on the footprint, that's what it would sound like. So we're proposing a single-story, 12,000 square foot building.
How would you propose working with, and this is the first time I heard that particular complaint, so I apologize to do this right now, but how would you propose working with your neighbor to the north if there is an issue in the future?
Again, we don't foresee an issue in the future because my client has a Salon Suites business model on 5710 Simmons Street in North Las Vegas, and it's a different jurisdiction, but the building is 12,000 square feet or possibly 13,000, and the entire building is Salon Suites, whereas this building, just half of it is Salon Suites. The rest will be general retail and office. That other property on Simmons Street has about the same amount of parking as this building, and we haven't seen any issues there. So we're confident that this building will be okay.
Thank you.
If there are issues, we could potentially phase the building so that we have a phase one that we construct a portion of the building and the rest is parking. And then if we don't see any parking issues, we could expand the building in the future to the currently proposed size.
Thank you. Mr. Lowenstein, can I ask a quick question? On an SUP, what's the if it's granted today, what's the ability of the council to change that purpose?
Through you, Madam Mayor, for a special use permit, if it's granted today, it has a certain duration to be exercised. Once it's exercised, the use has to operate in conformance with the licensing provisions for that use. If it's found to be outside of those provisions, there's ability to revocate that special use permit from the property through a specific process that goes before council and public notification.
Could parking be included in a potential revocation in the future?
In this particular case, where the use is the general personal service and the massage establishment is the special use permit component, I believe it's being calced out as general personal service for the most part. But I would say it's not another realm of possibility if it's found that it's found to later not be compatible with the surrounding area.
Okay, so here's my thoughts right now, and sir, I hear your observation and concern. I drive that street every single day, probably 2 times a day, because my kids go to school around there. So lots are very difficult, especially in my ward, because I think it draws some pretty negative attention, and I'm guessing that lot has driven some negative attention towards your clients in that business community. Across the street is the psychiatric facility, and Jones is probably, in my opinion, probably one of the most dangerous streets we have in Southern Nevada. And that particular part of Jones is going around a curve. And so that lot, I think, is incredibly difficult to develop. And so I'm grateful for the fact that you want to invest in Las Vegas and want to develop that particular lot. I happen to agree with you all that I don't think parking is going to be an issue. That's where I think we've spent a lot of time on the planning staff. I push back on Seth and Peter quite a bit. I think our parking requirements are not up to date. I think they don't reflect how we currently use cars now. And so here's my thought is, because I drive it every single day, I'll know exactly what's going on there. I'll know exactly how many people are parking there. It's a couple times a day, in the mornings and the afternoons, sometimes the evenings too. So I'm in support of the project today. If there's ever an issue with any of your business, if you reach out to me, then I'm just putting you on notice. Like I would be very, very aware of that.
Could I ask a question? Can we see the drawing of the neighborhood, the corners that affect you, and then what you're doing on the project? And I'm wondering, at maximum capacity and also living in the area, how many customers can you handle in your units of operation and what you have for leasing them beyond the owner occupancy? Okay, so I know there we go. This is that Oki? And this is Ross and Neal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then where is the mortuary? Right there on the corner?
Yes, and Green Valley Grocery is their neighbor to the south.
So the entry to your property is going to be off of Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
And then can you put also up the picture or the diagram of what you're proposing on that site, what way it is?
And while you're doing that, if the owner wouldn't mind introducing himself and then talking about your experience in North Las Vegas and what the business model is.
Sure.
because I think that's relevant to how people are going
Hello,
to use
Council.
the complex.
Hello, Council. My name is Amihai Haddad. I'm the owner of the project, and I'm also the one operating the business. I just want to start by saying that the concept of studio salon most of the time supports small female-owned business. Most of our renters are female-owned, and they only make a few $1,000s into their sphere of influence, friends, family, things like that. You know, Vegas never sleeps, and I heard many years ago, I don't know if it's correct, that third of the population is awake every time. So in the morning, at night, and during the night. We have a lot of clients that come after hours, what other businesses do not support. So we do not think we will have any issue with parking. On top of that, our current business in North Las Vegas does not have a big parking issue, and the clients varies during the day. You know, so some comes in the morning, some after hours. Most of them work for 3 to 4 hours and they leave. It's not like a full day of work. So we don't see any issue with parking.
And the number of employees just on this one segment, which is the massage salon, what do you estimate that number of employees?
Zero. We have no employees. It's a strictly rental business. Everything is technology. The doors are always closed. They go in with a fob. They go door locks after. They have their own room. They give the service to their client. Most of the time they leave. Sometimes they have a few clients in a row, but there's zero employees.
They can control that because that's a rental space that
exactly
does work better.
Exactly. So there's zero employees. It's all technology.
And your retail store, do you have any idea what's going in there?
No, not at this time. It's probably going to take us 2 to 3 years to build it. We hope for a professional, we don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, and for the rest of this council, I think just because I hear what you're saying, I don't share that concern just based on everything I've seen and heard from the clients, and just because of that area, and just because I know it pretty well. But here's what I'd like to suggest is when you get up and running, what I'd like to do is put a required review on from the City of Las Vegas just to make sure that what you're saying is accurate and reflective of this testimony, if that's within the realm of possibility. Mr. Lowenstein, I'd look for like a 6-month review after they open the doors.
That is quite possible. You wanted an administrative review or before public administrative review? So an added condition to the special use permit would read, an administrative required review shall be conducted 6 months from the date of business license issuance.
And Mayor, if I can just add one thing, I just want to make sure there's no unjustified expectations here. This is to go on 75B, the special use permit. And we may or may not have parking issues down the road, but the required review is solely on the special use permit for the massage parlor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that required review in 6 months?
Yes.
So I want to hear it from the owners here. You did a great job as an architect.
Yes, we are comfortable with that review.
Thank you. Okay, so Madam Mayor, I'm going to move to approve item number 75, 75A, 75B with a required administrative review 6 months after the issuance of a business license, and 75C.
Excellent. Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote. And please post, and motion carries.
And sir, back here, if there are any issues or concerns, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll stick to what I've said.
And guys, we just want to say thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we hope we can be a beneficial tenant in the city.
Good, wonderful. It's a good idea. Very good idea. All right, 76, 230196, following land use entitlement project request, 1.47 acres of 5991 West Cheyenne, C1 limited commercial zone, 76A, 230196 VAR1 to allow 69 parking spaces where 78 are required, and 76B, 230196 SDR1 proposed installation of a drive-through use within an existing 17,203 square foot commercial development and to reconfigure the parking lot. The applicant is Deep Roots Medical LLC. The owner is GLK Holdings. 4, Bruce LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. Entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Currier. Public hearings which I declare open. And is the applicant in front of us? Yes? Or representative?
Yes, good afternoon. Chris Molina, 2300 West Sahara on behalf of Deep Roots.
And this is a marijuana cannabis
That's correct.
application?
Yes.
Fine, I am going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem to continue on this, please.
Mayor, you're abstaining for the usual reason. Yeah, Jim Lewis. You're abstaining for the usual reason on this
I
item.
Of course, that's why
Very
I'm
good.
turning
Just
it
want
over.
to make sure we're clear for the record.
So it's been turned over to you. Go, sir.
Thank you. So what I put up here is a site plan, an existing aerial image of the store. This has currently been operated for about a year and a half now, and what we're proposing to do is eliminate the parking on this side of the building and make use of an existing porte-cochere that was built when this building was originally constructed as a Rite Aid. When it was a Rite Aid, there were actually 2 drive-through lanes. We're just proposing to put 1 drive-through lane in there, but unfortunately, the parking standards in the city of Las Vegas are quite high compared to other jurisdictions, and we're unable to make the site plan work according to the parking requirements, which is the reason for the variance request. I've highlighted a few other areas on this aerial image. What we'll be doing to hopefully mitigate some of the impact of putting the drive-through in is placing compact spaces in this area here and in this area here. We believe that that is actually a better location for the parking, since the primary entrance to the building is right in the northwest corner. Along the south side of the building, we will be moving the trash enclosure towards the southwest corner and also putting additional angled spaces right here. And the drive-through will be only available to customers who have pre-ordered. And so what we anticipate is placing some signage right here to inform customers that they're not to get into the drive-through until they've received notification that their order is ready for pickup. These additional angled spaces in the back of the building would provide some parking for customers who are waiting for that notification to get into the drive-through. And so these spaces that we are eliminating over here are actually fairly useless. I've never seen anybody use these spaces. They're on the opposite side of the building from the entrance, and they don't provide convenient access to the building. So even with the loss of parking on this side of the building, we think that this is going to be a more functional site plan. But again, we're losing some parking spaces. We're gaining some additional parking here in more beneficial areas, but we are still 8 short and would request a variance of the parking standards.
Thank you, and I apologize. I missed your name in the beginning.
Chris Molina.
Chris Molina, thanks so much. I'll turn it over to Mr. Floyd.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Seth Floyd for the record. The proposed parking lot reconfiguration and installation of the drive-through will bring this property out of compliance with the established Title 19.12 parking minimums. The proposed variance is evidence that the site is not physically suitable for the proposed drive-through lane. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance and SDR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Lex Anderson, I'm the historian for our Ward 5 Nara Rural Preservation Neighborhood Association. I'd just like to make 3 short points on this, please. And I have a couple overhead photos if I can get it. That's good. Close up on this. At the 2023 Deep Roots Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Milano related how only half of their 8,391 square foot facility is being used, and there's no plans for the remaining 4,000 square feet. With that, Deep Roots now wants to have their customers come in, place their order, and then go out to the parking lot or the vehicles or the heat or cold or whatever, and just to wait for the drive-through window. This sounds like a strange business model. The vacant 4,000 square feet is the size of 2 comfortable 4-bedroom homes. It would seem reasonable that a small portion of this vacancy could be used for a quality customer service waiting room for all the right reasons. And with that, dismiss the drive-through window agenda. And the other photo I have is the east side. The existing drive-through window access at the Deep Roots Pharmacy has a previous function with the original Rite Aid Pharmacy, as Mr. Marino pointed out. Deep Roots wants to revive this drive-through window access with their recreational retail products. The driveway was operational with 2 lanes for the Rite Aid Pharmacy as it is now. With that, what compelling justification is there for a Deep Roots now to change the driveway to a single lane? Half the driveway is owned by the Trellis Park Apartments, and it's used routinely with their 30-foot access gate. I'm sure the residents would like to be left for its historical use. Trellis Park management agreed with a parking variance. This is a different issue. Perhaps a neighborhood meeting might be appropriate. And lastly, again, the existing facility drive-through pickup window was meant for the original Rite Aid Pharmacy, just like the Walgreens Pharmacy across the street. Unfortunately, this dispensary is for recreational retail marijuana only and not pharmaceutical prescription retail medical cannabis. If Deep Roots used some of their 4,000 square foot space for a medical product retail component, qualifying their facility as a pharmacy, this would make sense. This would make sense. Qualifying the facility as a pharmacy and would also adding more promised jobs and a retail pharmacy drive-through pickup window. And Deep Roots Medical LLC has experience, and they've got the resources to do this. Thank you very much. And I've got a copy of this for the record, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate it. You spoke very quickly, so I was trying to pick up the key points. Mr. Molina, do you want to respond?
Sure, yeah. I think we can give him some good news, actually, on this. The state is in the process of working on some regulations that would allow holders of retail license to sell cannabis to medical patients without having to issue a separate license. So that is actually one of the potential benefits that we see of putting it in this drive-through, is that it has a potential to serve future medical customers. So I hope that provides some consolation to the gentleman. And in addition, one of the other operational impacts that we're anticipating here is that having the drive-through would allow the store to be operated as pickup only during nighttime hours. It's currently open 24 hours, 7 days a week, and we think that the store could probably be operated more safely for staff if this drive-through window is open throughout the night and they're able to close the front door. So those are 2 of the operational impacts that we're anticipating. Currently, there's about probably 20 to 30 customers a day that pre-order that would be able to make use of this. That number might increase once the drive-through is there, but currently pre-order customers still have to go through the front door, do the same check-in with security, and also have to wait in line with other customers. So it's a more efficient way to operate the use, and potentially has benefits beyond just opening up this drive-through here for more customers.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Mr. Floyd or Mr. Lowenstein, I had a question for you that I just don't know the answer to. In our code, do we, for the use of drive-through windows, how do we distinguish between who gets to use a drive-through window and who doesn't? Like for pharmacies or fast food restaurants or dispensaries, is there any distinguishing characteristics? Knowing the fact that I just don't have an issue with parking the way I've explained it earlier.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. So there are stacking requirements so that the traffic movement is handled on site. However, it doesn't necessarily differentiate in the zoning ordinance. Special area plans are different. Sometimes they call out restaurants with or without drive-throughs, but for the most part, it's consistent development standards regardless of the use. Okay. Meaning the stacking and ensure that there's enough depth for the vehicles to move through.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Okay, open it up to this council, starting with Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I walked that area a couple of months ago, and I did see the access gate right there from Trellis Apartments. I mean, it is a pretty wide space, but is there a way to actually create more of a buffer, like a physical buffer between the drive-through and the road where the apartments begin, either with landscaping or other things?
So part of the Title 19 requirements for the drive-through do require a landscaping buffer, which we have right here in the site plan. In terms of the access in and out of that gate, we did reach out to the Trellis Apartments, and we received a letter of support from the property manager, which I hope is in the record, but they did not express any concerns. As you mentioned, it is a fairly wide area. There is certainly enough space in there for people to safely maneuver in and out of there without encountering any traffic from the drive-through. And then also, the original site plan that was presented to the Planning Commission had this area around the back designated as one-way traffic. And we revised the site plan to address staff's concerns and put it back to two-way traffic around the side, and agreed to a condition of approval requiring appropriate signage to regulate circulation on the site. So with those modifications, we think that we've addressed the potential traffic conflicts of people coming in and out of that gate.
Other comments from this council?
I can just say that I also went and saw the site, and there used to be a permitted drive-through lane that then, when it became a dispensary, was basically sealed and reconformed or redone. And now basically I just see if we allowed the use with the pharmacy. I have many dispensaries in my area that have drive-through component. We know there are individuals who just want to get their cannabis and go, and especially if they're folks that are frequently there. I just see this as a convenience factor for them. So if that drive-through lane existed before, I don't see why we wouldn't say it's okay to reintegrate it into the footprint of the Rite Aid. So I'm thinking, to me, it makes sense, and I think that everything can conduct and continue to happen. I think there's obviously a lot of what ifs, but when I went and I toured the site, parking was fine, the amount of people utilizing the space was fine, everything was calm. So I just think that for an expediency and efficiency factor, the drive-through is just going to add more seamlessness to the operations.
Mr. Floyd, you came up here and mentioned something. It was generally my question, and you can say it better than I can.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Seth Floyd for the record. Yeah, I was trying to clarify to make sure we answered your question, and to get a little more on the drive-throughs, to be a little more specific, state law does allow now, it didn't originally, but it does now allow for drive-throughs for cannabis establishments. There are a couple of other establishments like liquor that drive-throughs are not allowed, but cannabis establishments are allowed to have drive-throughs.
Thank you. That's probably where I align around this particular request, is following what the state law has given to us. So appreciate it. And anybody else up here? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I have received a lot of notices about this, and I happen to agree with staff that this is not harmonious to the parcel. I think you're trying to really create something that is going to be a detriment there. You're really trying to make it congested in there. To say it's a dispensary and to have it as a pharmacy are not really apples to apples. I think you're going to get a lot more people. It's going to cause a lot more congestion. I don't think that the space is convenient for that. I'm very familiar with it since it's in my ward. I've driven by there, hundreds and hundreds of times. And I agree with the neighbors, and the majority of the neighbors don't want it, and they think it's going to cause too much of a problem and a backlog and an issue. And I agree with them, and I agree with staff as well. So I am going to make a motion to deny this, item 76A and B.
So
A vote
So I have to
Yes.
vote nay. Okay.
Yes,
If
would
I'm
be yes if you're not supportive.
Okay, do an oral vote.
You want to do oral? Okay, I vote nay on his motion.
Yay.
This whole for or nay, I'm abstention, and we have two more there.
So that motion fails.
So can I make a motion to approve the?
We do need another motion.
Okay, I move to approve, let me get the 23-0196, A and B. Okay, we're having the same problem. Yay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on because time is of essence at this moment for one of our council people. So I'm going to instruct City Clerk, please, to set the public hearing dates and appeals for City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous buildings, or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to 78. This is our second citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, amount of discussion on any single subject as well as amount of time. Any single speakers allowed may be limited to your opportunity to address the council. Council will not respond or engage in dialogue. Any members of the council, the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Name is Daniel Braisted, B-R-A-I-S-T-E-D.
Daniel Braidstead. Yes, please.
How many minutes do I have? It's only showing one.
I'm giving you 3.
Thank you. I just lost a second. Okay. Item you might want to consider talking to parking. They said the lot was full, and yet there were 40 spaces on the top floor, so they might want to recalibrate that. What is manufactured in the city of Las Vegas besides beer, marijuana, and donuts? The Vegas Chamber organized a well-attended expo recently. I didn't see any manufacturers from the city of Las Vegas there. How can we promote if there is any manufacturing, how can we promote it? Nor did I see any mention of the Innovation Center represented at the Downtown Vegas Alliance during their review in December 2022. They took credit for the Innovation Center, yet I don't see any slides promoting innovations at these meetings or even at the expo, and I think that's something different. An old item, the wall lights on Charleston under I-15 going south are still out. That's 2 years. I thought safety was a priority. The 6 bulbs on 9th Street south of Fremont are still on. They're still heating the world. They're still wasting electricity. And it's been going on for 4 years. I've asked this council, I've asked the mayor's office, I've asked 2 city managers. I'll wait for the third one. But just at least answer and tell me to go to hell, or tell me how much the electricity costs for 2 minutes. Maybe it's 50 cents. The park and recreation lights are on many of their facilities. They come on too early. Yesterday at the county commission, I recommended that I'm asking that a study be made of the ideal time to turn on overhead street lights and when to turn them off. Go calibrate that, find the ideal time, and then go to a meteorologist and have them adjust it as the earth turns so that it changes. Because I've got lights outside of my place, they come on at 5 o'clock, and they don't need to be on for later. I mentioned that. About 4 years ago, I recommended adding an item to the item 8 to the city employee's job description, pretty much saying, do what's right. In other words, when they see something wrong, that they mention it. The exiting city attorney was open to the idea, so I'd encourage that. In August, the major conventions coming to town that are open to the public are CSD, and that allows you to come in and find items that people want you to sell. Plus, they have free classes on how to sell online. It's free, and you can attend it. And then the big one is DEF CON, and that's the one where they teach you how to hack. So you come in, you buy equipment to hack people. So that's in August. That's 4/6. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will close then our second public hearing and move on to Agenda 79. These are council emerging issues discussion about regarding potential items for future city council agendas. Any ideas of consideration you want discussed? Yes, is that a yes? Is that a yes?
Nope.
No? Okay. Down there? Okay. So we're, City Manager Cervantes, you're at the next council meeting. Yes, thank you very much. All right, so now we're going to go into council member recognition, and we are going to start at this point with Councilwoman Polensky, because she has a meeting that has to run.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the 4th of July, I had a great opportunity to participate in the Summerlin Patriotic Parade, where my family and friends walked the parade route, handed out candy and red and blue line American flags to all those in attendance. It was a great success. And later in the evening, our Ward 6 and Ward 4 joint 4th of July event was an awesome fireworks display at Floyland Park with Councilwoman Bruni. We were lucky to have Councilwoman Diaz and Councilman Creer attend. It was an incredible turnout, and everyone had a marvelous time. The next two slides, if you can spend about 5 seconds on each, highlight the faces and names of children who have gone missing in Nevada since 2002. Please take a close look, and if you have any information, please contact the Las Vegas Metro Police Department Missing Persons Detail at 702-828-3111. Next, I've had the honor of speaking and presenting a certificate at the grand opening of the Novum Women's Care Center on Tuesday, that's yesterday, in Ward 4. I'm so proud to welcome such an invaluable resource to women and children in Ward 4. And unique to them, you can see a doctor, or you can see a mental health professional, and they have child care in-house while you do that. Pretty amazing. Next up, for the taping of Access City Council that airs this Thursday, I have several guests join me, including our own Chief Potts, children's book author Andre Lewis, and we were there discussing Mr. Lewis's book, Making It Better in Nevada. And we also had Margarita Edwards, who is the executive director of Nevada Child Seekers, who spoke about Nevada's missing children and how we can increase children's safety. And she discussed their upcoming events, which include education in schools and teaching kids self-defense. I'm so appreciative of these three for their work that they do and for their positive impact on our community. Next up, Safe Key registration is now open for the 2023-2024 school year. It's not too soon to sign up. They offer great programming before and after school for kids. For more information, please register at lasvegasnevada.gov/safekey. Sorry to report to the kids, school starts soon. Next up, get excited Las Vegas. We can finally announce that we will be hosting Super Bowl 53 here in Las Vegas on February 11th. The Mayor Goodman and the entire Las Vegas City Council had a great time shooting photos and videos to announce this momentous event. I look forward to the game and for the infusion of visitors that will bring to our great city. And lastly, stay connected with my staff and all the folks in Ward 4. I'm on social media, and contact us directly anytime. We can be reached at 702-229-2524. We're always here to provide assistance in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Bernie.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like Councilman Alan Polensky and I should coordinate since we have several of the same slides. So first of all, thank you to everyone who participated in today's meeting for your thoughtful contributions. I want to start by recapping. Last month we had our special first 150 days town hall for our Ward 6 residents. Team Bruni was joined by Team City of Las Vegas with heads of various departments, where we gave our leadership team the opportunity to highlight what they've been working on with respect to Ward 6. We discussed the projects we have planned for the future, and we gave Ward 6 residents a platform to speak directly with our city staff. I want to send a much-deserved thank you to the staff and leadership team who took time out of their evening to join us at our town hall, and thank you to our neighbors who came out. It is the case that Floyd Lamb truly was the place to be at for 4th of July. I had a great time partnering with Councilman Alan Polensky, and thank you to Councilman Creer and Councilwoman Diaz who came out and joined us. Team Bruni recently toured Betty's Village, which is a residential complex powered by Opportunity Village, an organization I regularly volunteer with during the holidays with my family that serves people with different abilities and their families. We took a tour of Betty's Village because Opportunity Village is looking to build a sister property in Ward 6, which is expected to be nearly double the size of Betty's Village. Currently, Betty's Village serves 82 residencies. There's no vacancy. It's high demand with a wait list of over 400 people. We had an amazing time learning from Chief Administrative Officer and Assemblywoman Tracy Brown May about the facility and what they hope to do in Ward 6, and they're expecting to add additional programming in the Ward 6 property. We were also very lucky to meet the mayor of Betty's Village, Lizzie Samulowski, who is elected to office by her neighbors. Here she is with Governor Lombardo, who visited Betty's Village earlier this week for a ceremonial bill signing to celebrate the passage of Assembly Bills 116 and 259, both which were introduced by Assemblywoman Brown May. AB 116 is the Down Syndrome Information Act, and AB 259 requires employers to develop a plan to transition persons earning sub-minimum wage to earning at least the state minimum wage. Last week, the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority commissioners had commissioner training provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. In such a critical time, addressing housing head-on with innovative and practical solutions is so important. So thank you to HUD and the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority for convening its commissioners for a much-needed training so that we are equipped to address the needs of our community effectively. Our focus of the month is Parks and Recreation Month. So usually during this time of the year, the city usually hosts a few pop-up events in parks throughout the city, but in the last couple of weeks, the pop-ups have had to be canceled due to extreme heat. But fear not, our Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs team will be doing indoor events with our community centers for the remainder of July and August, and will return with a full program for September. So be on the lookout for those. And again, in this heat, please make sure to take healthy and safe measures to stay cool. As an animal lover and animal foster mom, I'm glad to invite all of our dog lovers to our new monthly Yappy Hours. These Yappy Hours will be from 6 to 7 p.m. every second Thursday of the month for you and your furry friends. So join me and our neighbors for treats, fun, and fellowship at the Centennial Hills Dog Park. Our first Yappy Hour is next Thursday, with the following Yappy Hours again to be held every second Thursday of the month. Mark your calendars for Friday, July 28th for our Splash Back to School Party and School Supply Drive. We'll be at Centennial Hills Community and the YMCA pool, offering free swimming, free music, free snow cones, activities, and more, including some fun raffles. The CCSD school year is right around the corner, so please support our school supply drive. We'll be giving donated supplies to kids at Child Haven, Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth, and Foster Kinship. And good news, our Bocaditos with Bruni is coming back. We will have we took a break for the summer, but our next Bocaditos will be August 10th from 9 to noon at our Centennial Hills YMCA satellite office. And then finally, if you've ever wondered what it's like to be a law enforcement officer or wanted to be more engaged with public safety in our community, the city's Department of Public Safety Citizens Police Academy is just for you. Sign up today by scanning the QR code or contact Sergeant Marcus Diaz at 702-229-6343. And again, you can always reach us on social media. Please call us at 229-5463 or email us at ward6@lasvegasnevada.gov. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Diaz.
I've just been informed, Mayor, that our staff, for some reason, doesn't have my PowerPoint, but I'm just going to highlight orally things that we've been up to and what's coming. So I know the mayor has also assisted the Strong Start Academy's graduations, and I know Councilman Creer and I were at the June 22nd one, where Dr. Malich, Councilman Creer, and myself were there to celebrate with the proud parents, the proud teachers, and just the community behind our pre-K students who go to our Strong Start Academies, not only at our Strong Start Go mobile pre-K buses, but also to the ones throughout wards 1, 3, and 5. And so congratulations to all of our learners, the fabulous class of 2023. We had another Listos y Seguros meeting out of East Las Vegas Community Center on June 27th, and the meeting was to highlight the various action items that we're lining up within the footprint that we're trying to address public safety owners, and it was a meeting with residents, business owners, and other key stakeholders from the different city departments, and I just want to thank everyone for continuing to participate in these meetings. On July 1st and July 15th, we had back to school fairs at the East Las Vegas Library, and so I just want to thank all of the excited students and family members who stopped by our booth for school supplies, and I also want to thank the organizers, our very own Las Vegas Fire and Rescue team, for bringing the Station 8 fire truck and sharing important safety tips, and also I want to thank the Nevada State Treasurer's office for allowing us to partake in his back to school fair at the library this past Saturday. Over 800 happy students. I don't think they're happy yet, but they will be very well equipped with supplies to start the school year on August 7th. I also had the honor of participating in the graduation ceremony to celebrate the amazing youth who went through the DREAM Academy led by our Spring Valley Area Command, and these youth demonstrated leadership, tenacity, perseverance, and they had to rely on strong partnerships with local nonprofits and business partners. It really does take a village to help ensure that our youth are on the best path towards a bright future. So I want to thank our Spring Valley Area Command officers for mentoring our youth, but all of the folks who made this graduation a possibility. On July 8th, several of my colleagues and the mayor and I were at the Unity Prayer Breakfast at the historic 5th Street School. This is just such a lovely event where we all come together as a community to continue to pray for the well-being and benefit of our community. I just wanted to put a plug in that the Family Support Center will be having a wellness event for all of our families. It's completely free, so it's health and wellness. Saturday, June 22nd, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And if you don't know where our Family Support Center is for the Clark County School District, it's located at 1720 South Maryland Parkway, and it's right across the new Global High School and the new Technical and Career Academy right there on Maryland and Okie. So again, save the date. Saturday, June 22nd, 9 to 1 for free health and wellness services. And then also, are you someone Or do you know someone who's 18 to 24 years of age and lacking a high school diploma? Youth Build is accepting applications through July 24th. Programs include nursing and construction, so don't miss your opportunity. Apply today. We'll make sure we post the information on how to connect with Youth Build on our social media platforms. And last but not least, I wanted to put a plug for the Downtown Access Project. There will be an upcoming meeting happening Tuesday, August 29th, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. East Las Vegas Community Center. So important that our community does kind of hear about the different alternatives for this future project that won't come to fruition till about 7 years from now, but the time to advocate for what you think is sound and is not sound is right now. So save the date, August 29th, 4 to 7 p.m. to just learn more about the alternatives that the Nevada Department of Transportation is considering at this point. That's all I have, Mayor. Everyone can continue to be in touch with my office, 702-229-2359, or Ward 3 at lasvegasnevada.gov.
Thank you, and Councilwoman Seaman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on July 22nd, I was part of the She Leads panel discussion with women in local government with our Mayor Pamela Goins and Mayor Michelle Romero of Henderson. We had a very informative discussion on how to support and empower women looking to enter the business or political world. On June 24th, I attended the Nevada Desert Mermaid sponsorship check presentation from Float Like a Duck. Float Like a Duck is a wonderful not-for-profit organization that has supported our community in many ways, from water safety programs to sponsoring city swim lessons and athletes. And on June 28th, we had a very successful public safety town hall with our very own Sheriff McMahill, Chief Potts, Chief Gray, and many other law enforcement officers. This event was an excellent opportunity for constituents to ask their questions and gain tips to better protect themselves from the crimes committed in their community. And on June 29th, I was fortunate to welcome a delegation of women leaders from India to Las Vegas City Hall. I enjoyed discussing all the business opportunities available in Las Vegas for international business with these incredible women. And on the 4th of July, as with my council members, I enjoyed riding in the Summerlin Patriotic Parade on Big Red with Councilman Career. Every year it's fantastic to see all the families, friends, and neighbors that show up to celebrate the independence of our amazing country. And on July 15th, we had our largest attendance at our monthly Breakfast Buzz Ward 2 Biz. This is a great way to connect with constituents and answering their questions, and I want to thank the Summerlin Captain Lepore and City Marshals for showing up to answer all of the constituent questions. Now, we have Polaris, an adorable female dog that is 4 years old and looking for a forever home. If you want to adopt Polaris, don't hesitate to contact the Nevada SPCA. Then we have Mona Lisa, a sweet female cat that is 4 years old, looking for a forever home. So if you see any of these animals or are looking for a specific animal, we recommend that you contact Rescues or the Nevada SPCA and adopt. There are so many different animals that are looking for a forever home. If you would like to go to the Nevada SPCA, you can contact them at 702-873-7722 or email them at info@nevadaspca.org. Our Ward 2 Small Business Saturday is very successful, and if you would like to have your Ward 2 business highlighted in our social media, you can just contact us at 702-229-2420, and we're happy to come out and showcase. We have on August 8, 2023, our second anti-human trafficking town hall. This is an absolute great way for parents to come out and see how children are groomed and how, without with school being out, being vulnerable to predators, we want to show you how you can help your kids be safe during this time that they're out of school and at all times. Unfortunately, children as young as grammar school are being trafficked. So we just want people to be aware, and that's why we're doing this great event. We'll have many guest speakers from AIP, Power to Parent, Bia Shiro Foundation, and a detective from Vice. So we encourage all parents to come out to the Veterans Memorial Leisure Center. And if you want more information, you can just email our office at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. Our next Breakfast Buzz and Ward 2 Biz is Saturday, August 26th from 9 to 10 at Veterans Memorial. And we do ask that you RSVP. We had our ever biggest, largest one this past weekend, and we had to bring out extra tables. Thank God we had enough food for everyone, but please RSVP. And we're calling all artists because September 30th we're going to be having our Art in the Park. And so this is really to showcase local artists. So if you're an artist, you sell jewelry, make jewelry, whatever your talent is, please reserve your booth today. You can register again by contacting our office, or there's a QR code right here, or you can go to our website. So if you would like to contact our office about this information or follow us on social media, you can scan the QR code here, and we're happy to take care of any issues that you may have in Ward 2. And I just want to give a shout out to Yappy Hour. That is really brilliant. I think I'm going to bring my dogs to Yappy Hour over in Ward 6. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Creer, our birthday man.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Stellar Awards show took place last Saturday at the Orleans Hotel and Casino.
Oh.
The committee visited the West Las Vegas Arts Center, performing in Visual Arts Summer Camp to host a community arts symposium. And celebrity choreographer Rosero McCoy taught the students a dance routine to produce a flash mob video. I also had the honor of presenting a proclamation to the founder of the Stellar Awards, Don Jackson. We also had gospel singer Pastor Mike Jr., who was there to provide award ceremonies for their musical achievements. It was very, very successful. And the Boulevard Home Furniture Store opened its doors on Thursday, July 13th, right in Ward 5. The home base Boulevard Home is located in Utah, and this is their first store in Las Vegas. The store is absolutely beautiful. It's big, and they have furniture to fit any budget. You can visit them at 4500 North Rancho Boulevard. All right, Youth Development and Social Innovation is hosting a mental health and wellness summit at City Hall on the second floor outside of the chambers this Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can join in to learn more about the world of video games, esports, while prioritizing your mental health. This event is open to all ages. Space is limited and registration is required. Please call 702-229-5423 for more information. And don't forget to save the date for the next annual Ward 5 Community Forum on Thursday, October the 12th from 6 to 8 p.m. More information will be provided at a later date, but it will be right here at City Hall. And also you can catch us on our newsletter. Please subscribe. You can call our office, 702-229-5443, or you can email Tanya at tjackson, Las Vegas, Nevada. You can always catch us on social media at Twitter, Cedric Career, Instagram, Councilman Career, Facebook, Cedric Career. And I have to wish my two daughters happy birthday. Kennedy was last June, and my oldest, Hagen, is this week. Congratulations, happy birthday.
Wow, doubling up with you. It's a great month.
Gifts to everybody.
Wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem, go at it, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's National Daiquiri Day. Daiquiri sounds amazing right now.
Looks so
and
good.
I can't wait to get out of this building to go get a daiquiri.
Where? Where is the best daiquiri?
On vacation is the best daiquiri. Anywhere else. On vacation. Speaking of vacations, there's no Brews with Brian this month because it's hot. And if you have time to be with your family in this heat, you should be indoors and not out with your councilman. So spend some time with your family. And you can always reach me, even if not at a brewery or a coffee shop. You can find a way to contact me. I'm always available. Thanks a lot, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. And I just look at our next council meeting, which is August 2nd. Is that correct? Yes. And thank you all. I thank our law enforcement that keeps us safe all the time here, and congratulate our new city attorney, Jeff Dorkak, and thank again our almost former city attorney, Brian Scott, for years of devotion and effort. And of course, to our entire staff, our clerk, and her staff, our public information. We have a lot to be thankful for, and I know that life is really, really good. It's an exciting time. So much is happening, but as Councilman Creer and Councilman Knutson, weather and drinking plenty of water, it's critical. And for those of you who are receiving your water bills that are in wards 1, 3, and 5, be patient. I know that the water district's hearing, especially for those who are on fixed incomes. These bills are coming in. The older property has old plumbing systems, and you just need to communicate. Don't just sit. Make a phone call to your ward council person. Let us know so we can try to help and pass the word on, because the rates have really made a difference. I keep meeting people out in the community, and the first thing out of their mouths is what's happened. We're having so much trouble with our bills from the gas and from Nevada Energy, and of course we're trying to keep our grid alive. But I think the most common comment is about the water district and the fees that have been approved by the county, which are a blanket, so many gallons on your property. So just make sure you communicate. Let us try to help until that decision is further investigated and they come up with something else, because no matter what they charge, it doesn't make more water. But it certainly hurts a lot of people, especially seniors on fixed income or those who are debilitated in some sense. So we're here with you. Stay hydrated, but make sure you communicate. You can't just suffer by yourself. Let us know how we can help you. That's what we're here for. So thank you all who participated, everybody in our IT, our constant IT people that are here for us, most importantly, our fire and rescue first responders. And again, congratulations to our justice savers and to Reverend Minson. What a great guy he is. So until our next meeting, we are adjourned.